Alright, welcome back, lovely people. Last time on Yakuza 5, we basically played, we're on our victory lap on Legend, and we played Kiryu's chapter and Saijima's chapter. Third time's a charm, reflecting on some of the major scenes. I believe some of the highlights in Kiryu's chapter was definitely Nagajima, uh, Nakajima's just his incredible personality. Some guy who's been in the lows and have some highs and always looking out for those who are on the path to redemption. Was definitely the highlight in Kiryu's chapter. And then Saijima chapter, gotta be Saijima himself, always putting up the strong face, willing to trust someone, and always looking at the possibilities of someone being redeemable as well. It's kind of like the theme of Yakuza 5, really. And his particular one is his interaction with Baba. Okay. I don't know what these are actually. What does extra mean? Oh. New costume for... Oh, okay. So these are the... I see. What does special content mean? Oh, okay. Fair enough. Alright. Oh, yeah, and we can... Oh. Dang. This game just has everything. Don't even need to go... But we're doing our victory lap, so... So let's get back, and we're gonna hop in right into Haruka's section. Haruka and Akiyama's section.
ここから出て行ってもらえませんか
Uh...
桐生一馬さん
Yeah, we get introduced to
言っ
Park's
てる意
son,
味がわからないな。
which is the one in Haruka's section.
あの子を琉球街の本屋で見つけてから1週間。この養護施設のことも、どういう環境で育ってきたのかも、すべて調べさせてもらった。もちろん、あなたの前の職業もね。
This is a very pivotal scene on how to get Kiryu
容姿や
to
スタイルは荒削りだけど、間違いなく逸材。
realize his situation as a father figure.
私なら彼女をギラギラに光る宝石の中でも特別な存在にすることができる。私にあの子を預けて必ず成功させてみせる。
その条件が俺がここから去ることだというのか。
人間っていうのは誰かを好きになればなるほどその人の裏を知りたくなるものなの。血液型、出身地、服の趣味や家族構成。
One thing I have to notice, the old school style of the way their eyes are done. Man, some close-ups, the eyes really work like so well in prior to the Dragon Engine. The Dragon Engine is more like glossy and glassy because it's attempting to like do reflections and whatnot. But I really like the stylistic stuff that they do prior to. This is the last, technically the latest of the main line to before the Dragon Engine transition, but technically Yakuza 0 is the last one that still uses the Dragon Engine. I mean, before the Dragon Engine. I guess you can kind of say Ishin, sort of. Anyways, yeah, the glow, like her eyes are really great here, and it's more of an artistic choice in this case. Uh, this is a deep cut because on the one hand, Park is trying to protect and look out for Haruka. On the other hand, it's the very reason that the next couple things transpire. So, this scene is really pivotal in that there are two types of parents here, and those two parents have Haruka's best interest in mind. However, they both have baggage. It might seem like this is a one-sided conversation because up to this point, you don't actually know who Park Sun is. And then you learn later that it is her baggage that creates this overprotective, driven nature to protect Haruka. But in a way, her previous associations run deep too, especially her association with the Yakuza. So the dramatic irony here is that these are two parents that have two potential parents. They're they're not literally parents, right? That decision was not voluntarily or involuntarily placed on them. They voluntarily took up this charge in some way, and then and another way, Haruka's kind of thrust into their protection. So both of them have a really long legacy tied up with these things, but they both represent two different types of approaches, and the contrast between Park Sun being female and Kiryu being male.
知れば知るほ
It's
ど身近
incredibly
になってき
refreshing because this is actually the Yakuza 5 would be the most prominent time where you do take control of a mainline female character and as well being supported by a cast of female characters. I would say this was probably easily, if I had to take a gamble and like peruse through maybe like 6 years ago. I think this is 6 years ago. Usually Yakuza games are released on the calendar year of the actual game's year. So I would say give or take 6 years ish, like around the years that they're supposed to be around. And like for example, Like a Dragon, I think it was 2019. In Like a Dragon, but it came out 2019 to 2020. Um, so for this, I would say up to this point, if most people have access to Kiwami 1, Kiwami 2, 3, 4, 5, if they started then, right? Because the remaster came out later. It came out in 2019. But it was a remaster of a game released way earlier. And the most divisive is probably here, starting in this chapter. Because if you're a gamer, lots of modern gamers tend to fill in complacency. So they tend to like the same thing over and over again, even when they're prepared by RGG to expect different types of games, different types of things. One thing did not change very much up to this point, and it's the featuring of female characters and stronger female supporting characters because times are changing, even in Japan, and it's reflected. And I would say if I had to take a guess, this game probably notoriously scored lower for this section because not the idea that we have to take into account the audience. The audience is probably still largely male, and all the qualities of the characters up to this point tends to be very patriarchal. It's not intentionally misogynistic. It's intentionally patriarchal to be reflective of its content, but it doesn't stop selecting and pre-selecting for players who normalize this type of behavior. So when it comes to this section, it's going to be divisive because now we're taking a maternal perspective And Haruka is a female character. So she will inherently deal with female contextual things. Idol, becoming an idol is a contextually female thing in Japanese in Japan during this. It still really is, but there are male idols, but we're not talking about male idols right now. And also, Haruka's younger. She is the youngest character to mainline in Yakuza, and that has not happened still to this day. Like the whole idea of having a younger character just disappeared after Yakuza 5. I'm likely to believe Japanese developers tend to really take their audience, their target audience, quite seriously when it comes to public opinion. And it's pretty clear that that's just completely abandoned. This is probably the lowest point in the game for most people, and I think it's one of the greatest parts in the game, especially their willingness to take a risk to test the waters to see if their target audience, as well as trying to be more inclusive. And for myself, I'm not a person that religiously identifies as a person who likes the same things all the time. So this part was incredibly refreshing. Park Sun is an incredibly strong character that is so unfortunate. It's not only that her untimely death, which is going to happen, we'll see in a few minutes, was incredibly painful because up to this point, most of the female characters, are largely damsel in distress. And that's kind of the idea of the patriarchal role. They're the protectors. And the females characters tend to just have baggage. They often are portrayed as burdens, but Park-san was not. And that's kind of a changing tides. But then all that just gets scrapped. It inherently just gets scrapped because I probably think this is the divisive part. It's just my little slightly deep cut into observing what the following games do, right? Yakuza 0, Yakuza 6, The Song of Life, and then Yakuza Like a Dragon. All of them continue to feature females as collateral for a male dominant legacy. I'm saying male dominant legacy. I'm not suggesting that at those times that male patriarchy is still predominant in the younger generation, but we continue to follow male patriarchal legacy. So we're still following characters that is normalized from that time period. Hence, there aren't any younger characters. And the sub-stories with the younger characters tend to reflect something different, which is great. It's a counterbalance. But this character was really wonderful. And Haruka's section really just reflects the younger audience. And I am no stranger to consuming like anime that features younger topics because anime tends to be targeted towards younger people. And idol stuff is incredibly divisive if you're someone who likes the Yakuza series up to this point. It's unfortunate, but I really enjoy the refreshing take that they took. So, good job, RGG. You were brave. Unfortunately, it's not gonna happen again for a while.
実感を得られる。でもその相手が実際は手の届かない遠い存在であるほど、知りたいという感情はより強く作用してしまう。そしてそれは相手の知らなくてもいい部分を暴きたいという感情につながっていく。
はるかの過去のことか。
ええ、人の心ってのは無情なものなの。一度愛した人間に裏切られたと感じたとき、その愛情は憎悪にすら変わる。そうは思わない？
And this chapter is such a deep cut into the next decade of gaming and social media. So like RGG was way ahead of the time, in my opinion, to feature a character that struggles with this type of thing. And yes, it's in contrast to like debatably aggressive toxic misogyny of it might not even be misogynistic because younger males also encounter these things now, which is the stress of appearance and compassion and public relations, not necessarily solving things with violence, I suppose, or principles or influence, and influence in not in the sense of public clout kind of thing. So they were way ahead of the time. In fact, I think this section is cut really deep. The contrast here is you either have an audience that likes this section and not the rest, or the rest and not this section. But what RGG did was attempted both in the same game, and it's very reasonable that this game would be divisive at this point, because there are two types of target audience that have classically conflicting interest. I can probably just go to the Steam reviews and look up all the negative reviews, and it's probably all about this section. That's because gatekeepers tend to be more compelled to write about their legacy with the game series than newcomers. And then newcomers wouldn't ever get to this section because they might have seen this section as interesting, but it's like it's like almost 40 to 50 hours on the first playthrough into the game. And I admire RGG for trying to do so. These are the types of risks that most developers and publishers don't take with their games anymore. They want cohesive, singular feel as to not like blindside people or blindside gamers. I prefer to be blindsided, so minority opinion, but this type of stuff, if it unfortunately I don't represent a majority of audiences who are willing to pay for games like this. So, unfortunately, then RGG has to make the tough calls to please, the audience and their paying consumers. But for me, I would pay for more games like Yakuza 5. Without a doubt. Far more than getting another Yakuza 0. No contest. Because Yakuza 0 does not surprise. It's all the same feel. It's just very modern game that appeals to the modern audience when it was released. This game is what video games are about. You don't know what's coming next. You have no idea how the game is going to play in the next chapter. Every chapter is a surprise. You go in with expecting the unexpected, and you're paying for the journey, the frustrations, the highs and lows. It's a journey through a creative process. I don't want to pay for a product that I already know what's going to be like. That's modern consumerism right now, especially video games. You buy things expecting it to fulfill your expectations, as opposed to the other way around. And it's also marring everything else. Like when a new game hits a new gold standard, then you just have new expectations. It's shocking how it's so disinteresting to me that you would buy a product knowing how you're going to feel about it. I don't see why you would pay for, I mean, I understand about food, you know, you kind of don't want food to make you ill, right? That kind of thing. But creative stuff, man, being angry, being sad, all that stuff, it's why you pay for, in my opinion, it's why you pay for creative products. It's supposed to mess you up emotionally because, not in a bad way, like, not in a traumatic way, just that's what you buy for. It sounds kind of boring whenever you say, "Oh yeah, this game exactly meets my exact expectations." Like, then, did you learn anything? Did you feel anything? Like, you feel content? It's like, all right. I mean, that's one way to spend $60.
俺
Just
は
my two
必要と
cents.
される限り
Not a
ここで生
popular
きていくつもり
opinion,
だ。
but my opinion nonetheless.
それがあなたの仕事だと？
仕事とかそんな軽いもんじゃない。それが俺の生きる道だということだ。用事があるんで失礼する。勝手に帰ってくれ。
何にも分かってないのね。道を極めたっていう割にはずいぶん世間知らずなのね、あなた。女の子一人に夢を見させることすらできない男がかっこつけてんじゃないわよ。彼女だけじゃない。先日ここを訪れた時分かったわ。朝顔に夢はない。あなたがいる限りずっとね。
どういう意味だ？
私が幸せと聞いたら子供たちは皆口を揃えて言ったわ。幸せだって。確かに身寄りのない子供たちにとってここは最高の場所かもしれない。でもね、あの子たちは全員怯えている。
何にだ？
今だけの幸せが壊れてしまうことに。あの子たちは全員心からあなたを愛している。でもあなたといることの幸せを守ろうとするがあまり、全てのものを犠牲にしても構わないとすら考えている。例えば夢。子供っていうのはもっとわがままで、もっと無鉄砲で、もっと自分に忠実であるべきよ。あなたが近くにいると、あの子たちは自分自身の夢を描けない。
夢。
あなたにもわかるでしょ？
He actually said
子供
dream
たちがい
there.
ずれ大きくなるためには、夢ってものが大切になるんだってことくらい。そういった幸せを維持しようとする人間と、何も持ってなくても夢を追いかける人間、どっちが強くてたくましいか。旅をさせなさい。そしてあなたも旅に出て、人のためじゃなくて自分のために探すの。必死になれる夢を。
だが
彼女を私に預けてくれれば、その代償に子供たちの夢への保証をするつもりよ。施設の子全員が成人するまでの養育費、その他才能への投資、すべて私が面倒を見させてもらう。あなたは自分の代わりとなるスタッフを探して。安心して。はるかちゃんは絶対に成功する。歌手という道はあの子にとってかけがえのない夢になるわ。
私の夢。
どうしてそう言い切れるんだ？本当にそれが遥の夢かどうなのか、なぜあんたにわかる？
簡単よ。私の夢も同じだからよ。
あんたの夢。
そう。夢は必ず受け継がれていく。人から人へ。必ずね。
This scene was this is such a powerful scene. And if you're like if you're some person who's in this phase of life, like a parenthood life, like the phase, it's incredibly hard. Like you're not it's so hard to take sides or find it in so many ways both of them are correct, or like you wish that you can live a life where you can have all of the above, what PDU provides, what Park Sun is suggesting she can provide, and it sucks because on the one hand, parenthood is somewhat selfish, and on another hand, parenthood is incredibly selfless. But one thing that the parent has is they have the ability of choice and experience. As much experience as they have. Their experiences could be limited still. So Park Sun and Kiryu represents two sides of limited experience, but they still have experience and they have power to make a choice. But the kids do not. So what Park Sun is challenging Kiryu, which no one has challenged Kiryu up to this point, because he's been living on like threads, just making the best of worst scenarios. But now Park Sun comes with a proposition, which now they have a choice to make. And in so many ways, even if a parent does the best they can, it doesn't necessarily realistically present itself as the best outcome. And all of that is so unpredictable. So the idea of the ambivalence in Kiryu represents his experience with the unknown. But Park Sun, they're kind of have a resolve that would suggest she knows what would happen, but she doesn't either. However, her personality makes it seem like that would be the correct decision. And as we know, dramatic irony ensues. It's not to say that everything Haruka's done was in vain. What she has done in the next 4 chapters is to live and gain the experience in order to obtain clarity on what she wants. And she wants to go back to Kiryu, right? And all that creates life experience. But it was not possible to provide that clarity until Park Sun came along. That's kind of like one of those things that you want the best, but man, being in a position with parents, what like Kiryu, with all that baggage, that's incredibly difficult, and it isn't just just that simple kind of thing. It makes it such a heavy scene, and then now we get the brighter side of things, you know, to break up the melodrama that I do really like. It's such a strong conversation. Okita's a butthead. Alright. Let's do the practice. Yeah, that's such a strong scene to start the chapter. Okay. Okay. Good practice. It just introduces all the mechanics. Okay.
うまくいったよね。
Alright. I think this might be on the shorter side, so
ああ、はい。今、蒼天テレビに出てる。そう
ODA.
です。沢村遥、うちのタレントです。
It was about the interview and whatnot. Which was also shown in Kiryu's chapter, briefly. Yeah, we have to start the lesson. Let's go. I wonder what happens if I say no. I didn't know that was optional now that I think about it.
あの夢も憧れも落書きのままぼやけて消える寸前これがいいのこれでいいのふてくされてる鏡に何度も問いかけた
I don't know if this is harder or not on Legend, so we'll find out. It feels the same so far.
乗り越えよう光を浴びなきゃ夢というつぼみは開かないから Are you ready go 走り出そう取り急ぎさスタートうつむかない振り向かない明日は絶対もっとシャイニー自分次第つかめ未来今すぐスタートボタン押してみよう私はこんなんじゃないはず
Because I do have diff tracks on this mode at this game. It's not a mini game, basically. It's scaled like the other games, like the other modes, like the combat and whatnot.
諦めも言い訳も取りまとめにスタートたらればにすがるにはまだまだ若すぎちゃない7からり矢を切りこう何度もリセットボタンどんな夢もきっとこんなんじゃないはず
The timing hasn't changed because of her stats, probably. I mean the hit window. Not sure the score requirement changed. I don't know the chart was this long before.
ふん。
And like the triples.
まあ、今のはわ。
Eh?
明日も。
Yes. Gogeta.
うまくいったよね
Ultimately a
お
butt.
疲れ様。
社長
明日から
Princess League stuff.
優勝。
さ
そう。
東京
ええ。
Talk about the dream in Japan Dome
あら。
for Tokyo.
何
The Tokyo Dome concert.
あなた。
分かって
そう。あのね。はい。
Nurturing words.
好き。でも、
And warning.
ファン。
Realism.
確かに。
どうして
彼女たちは、普通。
She talks about the thing about fans, the fickle nature of fans and being a public idol.
もしかし
もの。
虐待
長い多くの子供。
share a little bit about her childhood aspirations, which aligns with Haruka's.
はい。
お疲れ様。
社長、
もちろん。
And Haruka is able to reciprocate. Alright. Spam. Wait, did Kamiyama also... Why are these... Are these triggered for all of them? Wait, hold up. Are you telling me... Hold up. Well, let's talk to...
はるかちゃん
Odie is,
よし
we're off to the, TV station? No, this is just walking back.
はるかちゃん毎日頑張ってるね
いえ、私、今までこういうことやったことなかったから、人一倍頑張らないと。
そうかそやけどはるかちゃんレッスンっていうか芸能界自体入ってまだ半年くらいやろそれであのプリンセスリーグ決勝まで勝ち進んでるんやもんこれってものすごいことやでさすがあの社長が見込んだ子やな才能ってやつなんかな
そんなことないですよ。まだまだです。今日も怒られてばっかりだったし。でも気を使ってくださって嬉しいです。ありがとうございます。
いえいえどういたしましてああやっぱりはるかちゃんは笑顔がええなそういえばこっちの学校はどうもう慣れた
どうかな。
あんまりうまいこと言ってない
勉強はなんとかついていけるんですけど、あまり友達が。
そうかこれだけ忙しかったら一緒に遊びになんかなかなか行かれへんやろしな
はい。それとこういう仕事してるっていうのが気になる子もやっぱりいるみたいで。
そんなやつら気にすることないって妬んでるだけやそんなん
でもやっぱり変なのかも、私のしてることって。
はるかちゃん僕らの仕事はお客さんに夢を与えられると思うんや一アイドル好きとしてさはるかちゃんのステージほんまに魅力的やと思うせやからっていうのも変やけどもっと自分に自信持ってええんちゃうかな私はアイドルですってなんてはるかちゃんより怒られてる僕が言うても説得力ないね
そんな。
はるかちゃん僕はマネージャーとしてまだまだ半人前やけどこれから精一杯サポートするから頼りないかもやけどしんどなったら何でも言うてな
はい、よろしくお願いします、堀江さん。
こちらこそ明日からよろしくねあちょうど着いたねさあ明日からよ
I think one of the things that probably would take people out is they try a lot of gamers would probably try to resonate with the characters that they're playing, and up to this moment it's very reasonable that most of the target audience up to this time would not be necessarily able to resonate with a teenage girl in 2013 Japan, right? I mean, it was difficult enough to be a Westerner trying to empathize with and resonate with Japanese characters, right? But that still got that still managed due to the wonderful writing and detailing of the universe and their character through Kiryu's lens. So you become more and more familiar with Kiryu the character because you're following his life quite closely. But in this case, I would like to challenge, like, generally speaking, every character around Haruka is what makes this chapter so remarkably well done. Because if you are that type of character who could resonate with Kiryu, you're typically from the perspective of a parental role or a mentoring role. And what Horie says here is what makes it very wholesome and inspiring, because Horie, everyone around Haruka, there's just so many people that care about her. Because she's young, impressionable, and something to be protected. So in a way, every other character is acting the role of Kiryu. So rather than trying to resonate with Haruka in like a personal way, like empathize literally, you could resonate with the idea of being a child raised by people who are incredibly compassionate and caring. So when Horie was having this conversation with her, like, it's so it cuts deep seeing Haruka grow up finally and getting to at least have some semblance of aspirations, right? So, yes, you are playing Haruka as a mainline character. You get to see what the kids are doing to be, to become an idol and stuff. But at the same time, you're like this person who's kind of like a coach figure, right? If you have, this won't resonate either way if you're a person who could care less about youth, don't have any aspirations to teaching and mentoring youth or trying to understand them. But for me, this chapter probably stands out if Nakajima from like Kiryu's chapter didn't shine so bright, and Saijima is like foolhardiness didn't shine just as bright. I argue that this is probably the best chapter in this probably is one of the bigger chapters in my opinion in Yakuza 5 because it's so different but at the same time so familiar. Because I want to see, in my opinion, which doesn't happen in the next 3 games, Yakuza 6, Yakuza 0, and Yakuza Like a Dragon, you don't see characters grow up. Like, Yakuza Like a Dragon is not fair to compare at the moment because it's starting a legacy. But Haruka is legacy. She's Kiwami 1 legacy. And now you get to see her grow up. In fact, I'm still holding out for Like a Dragon 9 to feature all of Kiryu's kids. Like all the orphanage kids. Because gaming has become some of a thing of you wanting to be the character. But for me, I want to hear stories because RGG is great at writing stories. And seeing the kids grow up goes through a different phase that I feel a lot of games, there are some rare gems that do that well in a really fictional context. Last of Us, for example, where you see the kid come up and take the reins and passing on the torch and whatnot. So it's really heartwarming. I resonate with basically all the characters that surround Haruka, and they may as well all be facets of Kiryu.
いよいよプリンセスリーグ決勝戦が始まるで。朝に仕事も入ってるし、今日はゆっくり休んでな。
はい、
ほんならお疲れ様。
お疲れ様です。
Like, you always want to give the best for the ones you treasure. Especially the ones that didn't get to experience life in, just a nice way. So this is like a respite from all that to some extent. And then it hits the fan again. But you know, all the characters in RGG's universe are cursed. Very, very cursed.
今日も頑張らなきゃね。
In Yakuza 6, you kind of get to see the kids grown up, but only in the beginning. So there's still like teasing and acknowledging the existence of Yakuza 3. And then they take a break because Casca and Co.
あれ
are relaunched in Yakuza Like a Dragon.
あかり
Yeah, Akari.
ま
I guess technically her first close friend in this chapter.
だ
Rival,
私
dance rival,
あか
if you will, and friends.
あや
Your
や
standard
だ
teenager stuff, conflict of interest and friendship.
うん
But ultimately it works out.
そう
And she gets to introduce dance battles.
はじ
Now I'm kind of curious if the diff starts at the hard track or not. Let's find out.
よろしくお願いします
Or it just stays the normal track.
行くよ
I guess this is the tutorial, so. Nah, this is the normal track. Oh yeah, she hits really hard too. I forgot about that. So it just works. They end so quickly because she's so strong from the previous playthroughs.
そうこのだ
At least I thought you needed to at least win two clashes. Here's a slight deep cut when it comes to playing younger characters. I like playing games that have both young and old characters and both female and male characters because while I can't resonate with female and young characters, games provide an outlet much like movies and books, but games also have the tactile feel of trying to put your shoes in them, so you can create a bit of sympathy and compassion for the characters from an outside perspective. So I enjoy these games because really it's helping me try to get into the mindset of trying to stay young, I guess, or stay connected with younger audience or younger people. I am far more interested in how to make trying to be a more appropriate adult, right? To be mentoring and being inspirational and helping young people in their current age deal with things, become successful and whatnot. So while this also means encountering lots of narrow-minded people who, oh yeah, I forgot I didn't uncap her, huh? She's not uncapped Is she uncapped? Oh no, she's not uncapped anymore because you have to redo the Sosuke thing, the Komaki thing. Uh, to me, if you're saying this is just being realistic and it's perfectly reasonable. If you're saying like, oh yeah, I don't want to play a teenage girl who aspires to idol and deal with like friendship problems and whatnot and see all this stuff. It's like, well, in reality, these things happen, regardless if you like it or not. If it's not in your game, and if this is your game, well, it's not your game either. But what it does tell someone like me, and I imagine with all due respect, that you are a selfish person and you only care about your own success and you only care about things that are relevant to you. And that's perfectly reasonable. It's a great way to make sure that you become successful, you become happy. Sometimes you are also the reason why you're upset as well. But if you understand that, I totally respect that. However, you are a crappy mentor, you're unskilled at helping others, especially younger people, and you have no chance at providing great parental guidance. That's one of the realistic trade-offs because you don't attempt to resonate or understand or find value in understanding younger perspective, younger people's problems, and the context and the realism of their situation in a different culture. To me, understand being mindful and compassionate to young people's problem is much along the same lines as trying to understand a game and its cultural setting that isn't your own culture. So for me, that's why I like this series a lot. It's about cultures, different characters, different ages that isn't my own. And that's fantastic. It's not that I'm going to meet someone who happens to be a female youth in Japan in IRL, but RGG managed to pick a topic that, again, is an incredibly big deep cut into what's happening now. So they wrote a character, talk about a topic that loosely reflects what post 2020 2020 kids are dealing with at the moment. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but if they deliberately pick this topic to foresee what future things are going to come, like what future issues that faces teenagers, that's pretty good. Hats off to whoever thought maybe this game actually aged well. I actually think this section of the game ages super well. I spend the vast majority of my time trying to study things that face um, people in their like 16 to 22, mid 20s, like what social media has done and how the algorithm works, what a lot of things that weigh on their mind. And this is a deep cut. This section, if a whole game was made around this section, I mean, they already have made whole games around it. If you look at the indie section, some of the hidden indie popular like titles deal with like YouTube life, content creation, depression, anxiety, mixed with public confrontation. Like all those are very relevant. So this section is super relevant. In fact, all the other sections in this game probably didn't age as well as this section in Yakuza 5. And Yakuza Like a Dragon sorta kinda touched on social media and stuff, but it's still from an old hat perspective. I'm curious how long they're gonna how deep they're gonna dive into the newer problems. like the new age problems that face uh people, like, oh, like new crime, I would say, like new crime wave stuff. So it may not always be going to be about all the topics of old Yakuza, but the new Like a Dragon series may be dealing with, I don't know, internet scams or um MLM internet corporations, or like they're new stuff, right? New quote unquote organized crime that is pretty apparent now, as opposed to the old age of, I don't know, loan sharking, violence. Like there are, in my opinion, the times have changed to the point where um teenagers and older people must protect themselves and be able to overcome things that aren't just physical damage. Physical damage, in fact, might not be as, one may argue, with the times changing in perspective. Physical damage is very easily understood. It can be mitigated. It can be promoted. Straightforward, straight and narrow. So you have like Kiryu, right, representing all these and the old legacy. But there are new forms of warfare, new forms of susceptibility and damage. And one can cause someone incredible damage without resorting to the easy stuff, the superficial stuff, in my opinion. Like, as Kiryu grew older, right, as he's getting to Yakuza 6, and then the game in November, Like a Dragon Gaiden, and then Yakuza Like a Dragon, yes, there's that violence and imminent death, but it paled in comparison to the stories they wrote, the MSQ they wrote, to literal emotional damage, like trauma, like all that stuff. It's been inherent in Yakuza series and Yakuza Like a Dragon series for a really long time, but it wasn't the core of the series. Like, it's always the emotional damage as a response of physical endangerment, like, or physical altercations a lot of times. But the stuff that hit the hardest is losing a loved one, watching a loved one suffer, not being able to help, uh, you know, raise your child, beaten down circumstances, shame, embarrassment. All that stuff is still all in Like a Dragon. It's in RGG's territory. Like, they write really well to convey, like, the loss of pride, the loss of direction, um, the lack of legacy. They write all these things really, really well. And now they're just the core of everything. It's no longer violence, right? So you can still write in violence and do the whole, like, in fact, like a Yakuza Like a Dragon kind of video gameize it. Like, they broke the fourth wall and just said, yeah, this fighting is like a sidestep. It's like a quest and whatnot, but most of the stuff that's writing deals with loss, grief, and like the most damage the character gets is in the mind. So I'm looking forward to what they decide to do. But physical damage, honestly, is the weakest thing right now. I think RGG can separate themselves so well and basically embrace the new age stuff, the new trending stuff, all the hidden gems in indie games that are making a breakout and stuff. They deal with emotional impact, perspective, like how to overcome things that simply isn't just smashing your fists into things. And in an interview, with like Nagoshi and stuff, the celebration of violence was, and the promotion of violence wasn't ever the core of RGG writing in the beginning. like ever since the beginning. It's about the consequences of resorting to violence, but they can explore other things like emotional exploitation. They explored all of these in some way, shape, or form, but they're kind of characterizing the Japanese landscape at the same time, but it can be a centerpiece. Like exploiting emotional things in abusive relationships, creating dependency, grooming, all psychological warfare, that type of stuff cuts really deep. And it's like the modern, it's the stuff that is facing people most of the time now. Like they're, you know, it's gonna be really different, and I'm curious if they're gonna go in. I think Like a Dragon Gaiden though will still be in the box because it's kind of between, and it's targeting a specific audience. I'm curious what the mainline game is gonna take, like what direction they're gonna take. You can hurt and brutalize someone without ever making any physical contact with the person. You can destroy and strip down a person, like without even having to touch them. So it's an incredible powerful tool. And that's the tool that um let's just say uh the many years before do not train a person for that. They do not train the easy stuff, the ones that are easily understood is if someone punch you, it's going to hurt. If you train and stuff, you can hurt them back. But what about a person that just says all the right and wrong, all the right things to get you to do whatever they want? That's undertrained. There's nuance. It's incredibly complex. And it leaves so much room for writing. Like there's so much more to writing. Like one just like a side example. Some of my favorite quote unquote villains, right? Like say in the DC universe, Scarecrow. Without a doubt, Scarecrow is one of them. Like reliving someone's nightmare is far more viscerally damaging than kicking them in the shin. I mean, it's gonna hurt if you kick them in the shin, but how can you escape your mind? Just saying. People these days aren't necessarily like, if you take like a boomer perspective or like the whole physical overvaluing physical constitution versus mental constitution, it's underappreciated how just as incredibly difficult it is to safeguard against what Haruka has to deal with versus what Kiryu has to deal with. It's incredibly biased towards one end. And sure, you could say that as an adult of 40 or 50 now who lived in a generation that dealt with that type of stuff, and you have power, influence, and you made your own choice and you've developed your own self-identity. But rewind it back to a 15-year-old self when you had no idea what you're going to do, what you're going to do in the future. You have no perspective whatsoever. And then there's one person telling you exactly what to do, and I've convinced you that's the only way, and it only leads you to a dead end. That's what Kiryu and Park-sun is talking about. They are trying their best to guide Haruka, but Park-sun is making an argument that Kiryu is going to lead Haruka to a dead end. Whether he loves her or not, no matter how much he wants the best for her, you can't. The biggest struggle in life is dealing with the success in life of someone who follows you, right? Someone who depends on you. I think that's way, way stressful than throwing a punch at someone you don't like. I'm just saying. It's this section, there's so much to say about this section because now almost 10 years after this game was made, this section is probably the most interesting if an older person is playing it and reflecting on what young people are dealing with today, like in this day and age. And that's what makes this timeless, in my opinion. It's like a coming of age story. When you're reading poetry or you're reading, you know, The Road Less Traveled or something like that, it's timeless. It's all about coming of age. Eventually, you have to make decisions for people, and they have to learn to make decisions for themselves.
はるかちゃん
And this is really good, in my opinion.
そうか
And it's worth emphasizing because I'm playing the game now, like in this day and age. If I played it back then, I'm not sure if I'll have the same opinion because 10 years ago, I was much younger, right? I was 26 10 years ago, and I was worried about other things. I would have probably reasonably shared the same divisive opinion, as in, I'm more concerned with myself. I couldn't take care of, like, I'm worried about myself. Like, I was under a lot of stress. I was a loner. I didn't care. Like, there were a lot of things facing me when I was mid-20s. I was in that mindset, but now I'm not. And this hits really hard.
よしまずは何と言っても午後から蒼天テレビでプリンセスリーグ決勝に出場や
If you ask a parent, right? I'm not a parent. I have aspirations to become one at some point. But the first thing I want to know about my child is that they're happy and what the heck they're doing with their free time. And playing something that's trying to represent or give you a lens without like basically invading your child's privacy or creating friction or something. Consuming content that your child might empathize or resonate with can give you an indirect connection with your child. So no, I'm not playing this as though I aspire to be an idol, right? Like, I'm not even Japanese, nor am I a teenager, and I'm not female, right? A female idol specifically, right? And no, I'm not trying to make like going out of my way to try to make new friends while I'm moving around and all that. But this stuff could face your child, you know? This could be your child's friend. That's the kind of thing. Or you meet a younger kid who looks up to you, or you mentor a kid who looks up to you. All these things are very informative to an older person. And being able to play the video games with talented writers that are giving you the most realistic take per se, maybe even give you an unrealistic like worst case scenario or best case scenario. That's an alternative meaning to playing video games, at least for me. I enjoy playing video games in that manner too. Like, the most interesting part of Age of Empires was learning the history that inspired the Age of Empires games, for example. You can get way more out of video games if you find both an intellectual and an emotional, not just an emotional resonance, but you can intellectually be. These can be very useful.
あとは
In
午
my
前中
opinion.
に蒼天堀で講演会じゃ
Hey, there's a slight digression, but all right. So we got to do the handshake event in a Princess League. Actually, can I just do the? Oh, okay. We have to do both.
よしじゃ
Okay. Lots of good talking topics in this chapter. Yuta. Freaking Yuta. Also an outstanding guy. Yuta is a pretty wonderful dude. And then we got the remover. more like a bouncer, but oh wait, dang it. All right, handshake time. Was it X? Okay.
健康的だね。ありがとうございます。
Let's see if we can find the Haruka fan. There we go.
はるかちゃん、マジ
The
天使
super fan.
ちょっと待ってね。
いい匂いっすな。
そんなことないですよ。ありがとうございます。ちょっと待ってね。
爆裂感謝。
そんなことないですよ。
燃えざるを得ない。
そうなんですか。ちょっと待ってね。
目から水が。
またまた。
じ
ありがとうございます。
Okay.
ありがとうございます。
We're just filling the meter.
よろしくお願いします。
健康的だね。
ありがとうございます。ありがとうございます。
何話そう。綺麗じゃん。
またまた。
I have so much time to read the actual comments now. They're
よろ
okay.
しくお願いします。
Slightly concerning. Slightly suspicious.
ありがとうございます。
There's some slightly sussy comments in there, but I imagine, you know, it happens quite often.
うまくいったよね。
Okay. Oh yeah. What was the designer guy's name? Yeah, name eludes me. Yoko. Right, Yoko. Yoko has some strong legs, I tell you. It looks like Yoko does some running, man.
化粧水。
ど
Sorry, when you run each day, like when you run on a daily basis, you kind of start really focusing on like leg health quite a lot. All right, let's go to Princess League. Okay. Yeah, so you only get easy and normal. The legend doesn't bump it up. I was kind of hoping to see like a bump up. Oh, this is where we bump into T-set. Aruka gets tripped, and then we bump into that producer and spill stuff on that producer. T-butts. And then Hordier tries to confront T-set's manager. Or he confronts T-set and then the manager intervenes. The Kai, that's right. It's Mai and Azure? Wait, what was the other girl's name? Haruka just wishes them... Haruka just sees that they're very stressed. Asusa. Defeat your enemies with love and compassion. Haruka's a national treasure, you know? For such a potentially traumatized kid. Heart of Gold. Alright, we're styling up. With Yoko's help. There we go. That outfit is available in Yakuza Like a Dragon. So I had Eddie, right, wear it for a little bit. One of the jobs is an idol.
どうんだいだい
はい
ど
はい
That exact outfit. I kind of like her darker one. Her dark red Doche's host. Lively introduction.
あの夢も憧れも落書きのままぼやけて消える寸前これがいいのこれでいいのふてくされてる鏡に何度も問いかけた泣きたい日もくじけそうな日も乗り越えよう光を浴びなきゃ夢という壺には開かないからAre you ready go 走り出そう取り急ぎさスタートうつむかない振り向かない
Accidentally dropped one input too early.
つかめ未来今すぐスタートボタン押してみよう私はこんなんじゃないはず
Costume change.
諦めも言い訳も取りまとめリスタートたらればにすがるにはまだまだ若すぎじゃない七転び矢を切り交うランダムリセットボタンどんな夢もきっとこんなんじゃないはず信じてみよう私はこんなんじゃないはず
Yeah, so like for this scene, right? You might not resonate with the character, but as someone who's a lot older now, I can't help but smile because you might not like the music, or you might not like what they do, or you might be incredibly condescending and you think that it's not all that important in a great scheme of things. But to me, all I see is I'm basically this guy who's followed these characters for so long, and Haruka is shining like a freaking bright star, and I wish all kids have opportunities, even like Haruka, even though she went through so much trauma. It's great to see her happy, chasing after her dreams. And what more can fill a warm feeling to someone who's older, looking at a younger character, or in general, like IRL. Like, this is adult life, in my opinion. Like, if you're in your 30s, 40s, if you're a millennial like I am, one of the major sources of entertainment, possible entertainment you can choose in your life, is go on YouTube, and you see kids, right? And the last thing you want to see are kids doing reckless things that could cause them harm or cause them to be incredibly depressed or burnt out or be the target of like malicious toxicity from their peers and whatnot. But what you can do also is to enjoy when kids get it right. Like when they're being superstars, they are recording themselves doing amazing things. And that's kind of what makes this chapter so different and vibrant compared to all the other chapters, especially the first half, because Haruka is the product of RGG's legacy, right? She is the kid that's growing up, and it's nice. It's very great to see her shining, and it's the same reason why I go on YouTube nowadays. It's a very IRL thing. Like, if you're in your 30s, 40s, the kind of one of the best moments in your life at this point, uh like the people I know, they already have like kids in their teens now, or maybe like about to be 10 years old and stuff. And what they really want to see is their kids be like superstars. Like, you want to give them the world, shelter them from everything at the same time. So you want to be Kiryu and Park Sun at the exact same time. You want to shelter them from the world, all the bad stuff, provide a safe haven for them, but at the same time, you hope that they can also chase after their dreams while being able to handle all the things that are going to come at them, while at the same time, you're always available to protect them. And that's kind of what you're doing in this game. What's different, and I wish I could do, especially as an adult that really cares about younger people, because I really don't like, they're the future, right? Is you could do it like a video game. Like, imagine this is where the fourth wall breaks down, right? In a video game, you can guarantee the success of this fictional character because you could literally guide them the way you think they should be that the way they're written, right? And whatnot. But in IRL, it's not that easy. It's not that way. But you're kind of doing that. You're trying to do that anyways. As any younger person approaches an older person, you have the responsibility, in my opinion. I mean, all the people who don't, that's your choice. That's most definitely your choice. I don't mean to step on your parade or anything. You do what you want to do. But for me, it's my responsibility. When a younger person approaches me, it's my responsibility as the older person, much like a reflection of Japanese culture, I would say arguably Asian culture at large, is that it is the responsibility of the older person, more experience. The likelihood is the older person has the ability to help the younger person. And whenever you see like, a 21-year-old putting a a video on YouTube saying they burned out after 3 years, that cuts deep. Like, that cuts really deep. It, to me, not speaking for those who don't care, right? To me, it's a failure of older adults, like the people who set standards, create those tools. We are inexperienced, like adults that is relevant, right? The ones that took on the burden voluntarily to be the ones who are looking out for the next generation with the tools and stuff. So all that inexperience is kind of like the calling, and that's in my opinion, that's why I am doing using my free time for, looking at all the tools that we have and trying to provide any semblance of ability to resonate and guide younger people, because you want to see this. That's why I like this stuff. I don't inherently like the music. Like, the music's great to me, coincidentally, but I know the music can't be not for everyone, and then the whole costume changing and the rhythm gaming, all that may not resonate with you. But there's one thing I feel I can resonate with most people, and that's being happy for someone that is happy, especially being happy even for a fictional character, but it could be a real person. Just go on YouTube, right? You can be happy for them, and you can care about what they're doing because you want to see them happy. At least that's my sappy opinion. And that's why I get involved in these things. And I enjoy this section, and I enjoy watching kids making mistakes, but also learning from those mistakes. And YouTube is nonstop feedback on that. And that's also the opposite is true too, where when there's risky behavior, misinformation, that's like my calling, right? The idea is to encourage the uh, at least encourage those who took up the burden of being selfless for moments or two in their lives, maybe like invest maybe 10 or 20% of their lives on not focusing on the opportunism that they have, be it accidentally or unintentionally spreading misinformation for personal gains and all that stuff. That's the new frontier. That's the obstacle that's facing kids, in my opinion. Adults clearly know what they're doing. Like, they clearly know in the sense that they're intentionally motivated by whether they're limited perspective or not. They're intentionally doing something. Kids may not be intentionally doing something. They may not be unintentionally being conditioned and groomed by the opportunistic nature of adult actions. And those adults, I'm not saying they're impure or bad or good. They're doing their best to serve what they need to be happy. However, in a minority, I would say still a minority when it comes to content on YouTube, it's for self-preservation and self-interest. And that can come with unintentional consequences. And that's like inherently conditioning youth to engage in activity that may not be sustainable. It may not be healthy. So it's so fun when you get to see a character in a fictional game, which, there's some less baggage of knowing that the character is not real per se, but Haruka's character is very real. As in, the her stories, her story and her obstacles and her problems are very real. They don't necessarily have to be contextualized as dealing with idols. Idol can be taken by being a content creator now. Like, if you are to have a child, and if you had a child, right, 10 years ago, and they're like reaching their teenage years, this is very real. This is almost so poetically capturing the vast majority of 13-year-olds right now. So as a parent, or as maybe a gamer parent, a gaming family, like if you're a guy who can't care a lick for playing a female teenager in a game that's characterized by patriarchal legacy from Japan, then if there's anything that resonates with you, is if you have a daughter or even a son in this case, and they're around Haruka's age, what you're playing right now is a very high possibility that these are the same problems that they're going through, or the same things that they imagine themselves doing one day, being adored, being, being finding value in what they do, even though to an adult it may seem superficial, especially one that's arrogant, narrow-minded, and probably limited in perspective. And pragmatically, it's true to some extent. Like, even for myself, I can't wholeheartedly say some of these things pragmatically serve a realistic purpose. But at the same time, playing these games allow me to weigh how these are important to someone younger. Because you grew up, I grew up in a different generation, right? Content creation is not the bread and butter of any aspiring teenager. My bread and butter was I go to school and get good grades. But there's a huge deep cut about the problems facing the millennial generation, especially the ones in the United States. And I can tell you I am a product of that. So if that is happening back then, it sure as heck is happening now, with the idea that content creation might be the GOAT. Well, back in my generation, getting a college degree and getting an advanced education, swim in depth for the next first 10 years of your professional life, that was the GOAT. I mean, that was a reality, and it turned out all right, and we dealt with it, and now we're here and whatnot. But it's not, the human condition just doesn't go away because most of the stuff around us is created by humans. And so being an idol, being a content creator, will eventually create 30 and 40-year-olds in another 10 or 20 years that are probably passing on a different message, but still probably encountering the same similar problems. So the idea is you, like me, as a 30, 40-year-old, as a proud millennial, we can still see these patterns if you care so much about it, if you care enough to look at it. And making that transition to where you are less painless, or giving them perspective on it, is what you're here for as an adult. Like the adults before me that gave me perspective to get through an experience that is alien to them. Like the generation before me, my parents, college is not the default. Higher education and degree was not the default. But their wisdom helped me get to this point without spiraling into emotional trauma and things. So inherently, because of that product, I am conditioned to have that perspective. So when someone says something insensitive, I have to understand where they're coming from. But when they're insensitive, it just means they're out looking for themselves, and that's fair. But I can also, and it should be fair for me to tell these people that you do not care about young people. That's just it. It disinterests you, which means you're going to be ignorant, undertrained, and just not understand about young people. Fair, right? I feel like that will resonate with most pragmatic people. So, and yes, it might sound trivial for video games. So if someone criticizes a video game for including this, it's like, well, it's very revealing. And good thing it's not IRL, because the next time you care about your kid, go back to your gaming preferences. The human condition is idiosyncratic to all your decisions most of the time. It's like, you could make an argument or condition. It's like, oh yeah, but this is video games, so it's not that important. Like, yeah, if you're making a decision about video games that's not important, what are the chances you're going to follow through when it is important? Like, it might be counterintuitive. Most people would say, oh yeah, when the decision is important, I'll think about it. I'll try to, consider it, and then it'll be different with my child. It's like, nah, because you've already conditioned making a choice when it didn't matter, as in the thing that comes up way more often that you trivialize, and you think you're probably going to stand up to you're going to not have growing pains suddenly, all of a sudden, with something very important that happens rarely in your lifetime. Like a kid is 16 once in your life. Like that, your kid is only going to be young once in your life. So, in my opinion, that's counterintuitive. I spend most of my time trying to prepare for that moment because that moment only comes once, maybe twice, but that's with a different person. Like if you have two children, sure, but that is being incredibly cold, pragmatically speaking. Just saying, 2 cents, my 2 cents. There are so many opportunities where you can prepare and learn about things before the event happens. I'm a proactive person, in my opinion. I encourage people to be proactive if that resonates with their personality. So you spend all the opportunities, however trivial they might be, to condition behavioral responses that can carry you further. The act of being, in my opinion, a consistent, successful person, not necessarily happier, but a continuously pragmatic, successful person, is to be proactive. So, yes, video games might be trivial, but video games are here to stay. It consumes a lot of your free time, and how you behave, how you review, how you enjoy and participate in the thing you do with most of your free time will inherently affect most of your decision making. So, to elevate something, I'm obviously, if you don't play video games, this doesn't apply or what have you. But this era of this era of psychology and behavioralism, like psychology in general, of how people make decisions, are our exposure to video games, movies, shows. So if you're here, if you're the peeps that are saying, oh, this stuff is stupid, then it's going to stay stupid. If you say it's stupid because it doesn't relate to you, then you're going to suck at it in the future. Hopefully it doesn't come up in your life. Like if it lines up, great. Like you could say, but MAKU, I don't plan on having children. It's like, fair enough. You got it. But that's I'm sharing my 2 cents on the reality. If you don't care about this stuff, then the likelihood of you caring about an actual child is rampantly lower too. Like there is a lot of power behind in the emotional state and the dawning of a parenthood. But we're talking about comparing you, right? Comparing the same person who could resonate with a fictional young character or attempt to resonate or sympathize with a fictional young character versus the same person who chooses not to. And they both have the same child. The one that spent most of their life trying to do that already is likely going to be better prepared. So it's not about comparing two different people, just two people who chooses two different perspectives, right? So that logically checks out. I don't think, generally speaking, someone can provide a double standard or a conditional in that hypothetical situation. Anyways, of course, we win. Episode 1. I'm very hyper focused on youth development and sometimes adults, but adults are far more like put together, right? Like if you're 30 or 40 now, you're either learning how to cope with it or they have a lot of coping mechanisms and they would seek professional help and whatnot already in some sense. But the youth typically don't have that luxury. And that's why this chapter is great. I look forward to Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth and hope that they incorporate more young people, because I would talk about it all the time. It would take so long to play through the game, but it would be lots of fun, interesting topics. And video games are inherently targeting younger people, so it's still a young thing. In fact, I actually kind of feel like that's why older people don't play video games for the most part. Like, what I mean by older is millennials in this case at this point. People like my parents consume content creation, but content creation is more like news and politics and religion. So we have generational shifts. But in the millennial generation, it's often an adult perspective looking in on new age perspective. And no, they're not all, there can't be contextually equal. So they're not contextually you can't reciprocate it anymore because generational trends do not repeat yet. So it's not like we're experiencing what our parents are experiencing, and our youth is not experiencing what we're experiencing. So in order to understand that, the best is to accept that you are different. And in order to overcome the differences, one has to be wiser than the other. And the adult has all the flexibility to be wiser, to inform, empathize, learn with their experience. Kids may not feel like they have a choice because they are inexperienced. And then our parents, the 1670s, they're building legacy. They're it's the median age, it's like a bell curve in terms of open-mindedness. In the early days, you're completely open-minded, but you're limited in choice, so you're naive. In the middle, you have the capacity and choice to openly learn still and still feel inexperienced enough, to learn, but also have a resilience in self-identity. And then when you become old, you have so much resilience, you become more closed-minded because your experience is enough to carry your happiness. So being opened enough or being inexperienced enough is no longer a given. So you're no longer necessarily open to experiences. And we're talking about the majority, right? The statistical majority. There are exceptions. There are old people who are constantly learning, which I like to believe into my old age, I'll be probably one of the minorities who still feel inexperienced enough to want to learn continuously. And then there are adults who, age older mentally or stay younger mentally. There are all the exceptions, but statistically, that's kind of like a natural adult aging process. Child to adult aging to advance. It still holds up, I would say. I don't think there's any paradigm shifts yet in the way humans age. It could be changing a little since, human lifespan has statistically changed. So maybe humans will go usher into a new chapter. Who knows? Maybe humans will start living 150 years, 3 generations from now, and they have like a different phase and all the phases shift or something. But for my lifetime, I don't think the paradigm's going to shift at all from what I just said.
What?
So interesting.
そんな
This is
どうかした？
Poirier gives a check to Kiryu's check. I actually that's kind of a fourth wall break here. You can donate any amount. So she's looking at a check for 1 million yen. Like, oh, that's nice.
よし、
But yeah, the little things. Oh, and Park Sun
いいから
is
入って
Park Sun's angry about the producer,
そう
the spill.
掘り
いや、
い
And here you could say Park Sun is overreacting and being too stringent, and she's kind of vicious, but her desperation to protecting Haruka's legacy, or like Haruka's dreams and potential, is so grand. And in a way, Horie might feel bad here. At the same time, Horie feels the same way. Like, Haruka is surrounded by incredibly compassionate adults, but they all express their disappointments and assert their project their interest to different extents. Horie is self-deprecating, so he chews himself up and stuff, and Park Sun projects frustration as opposed to like internalizing it. So you can see this play out in their personalities, and it holds up till the end of her chapters. Horie constantly deals with insecurities and acting out in really untimely ways, while Park Sun is constantly forceful and on point, like sharp. And Yomaura is insecure because of her she's very reserved and insecure about her behavior as well. Very similar to Horie. And you actually learn a lot about Yomaura's background. She's a failed idol as well, who had a adversary, who had a partner who had a very cynical way of viewing the idol world as well. It was a good sub story. Like, it was a one-off. Here Park Sun fires Okita because he's belligerent and not good enough. So we're off to finding a new dance instructor, which is Christina. And Christina's in the neighborhood by chance. So we're gonna go and recruit Christina, or convince him to take Haruka, which involves hurting Akira's was her name Akira? Her friends, her rival friends' feelings, because they both dance as a way to audition for Christina. And Haruka is, you know, she's better at the moment, or she's what Christina is looking for, more specifically. Like, the opportunities and the conditions suits Haruka better, which is what her friend had to understand, but it doesn't stop them from feeling incredibly hurt and dejected, since they don't have perspective yet, right? They're kids, aspiring kids. So that's kind of like one thing you must, more or less, as a parent, that's inevitable. If you're someone who's advising a youth, that's easily one of the most common first lessons. When opportunity doesn't show itself, and then when it seems like there's an opportunity and it fails, what do you do? Like, as a person, to try to encourage the youth to persevere, change their mind, make a career pivot. There's so many options, so many ways to go about it. And being observant at what resonates with the person you're trying to help is a skill, is an incredibly difficult skill to develop. I would say near impossible for someone who trivializes youth problems. Sometimes the tough love stuff can work, I guess. Like, suck it up, go back and do it. It's like, don't worry, this isn't a big deal. Like, this euphemism I don't resonate with very often, but I do see this in academics at least for the millennial generation in academics a lot. The idea that you say like, oh, don't worry about it, this isn't a big deal, like this is just a stepping stone, don't worry about it, like it's not a big deal until later. That euphemism is like that can work too. I would say not my preferred. I wouldn't prioritize as the approach. And then the tough love is even lower than that. Sharing compassion and being able to allow the person to project and express the things and then act on that expression is probably top priority. But in order to develop that ability to communicate with someone who to encourage them to express something, you need to acquire enough skills and information and experience in order to get them to express that openly, and then analyzing that expression in order to promote an appropriate response as an adult person who is mentoring or a parent position. Hey, yeah, it has been a long time. Hello there. Okay. Still trying to find Christina. It's gotta go to the third location. Let's go. Oh, right. Akiri. Sorry, I thought it was it's the reverse. The two syllables are reversed. Akiri. I couldn't join because I was afraid of spoilers. Fair enough. Sounds reasonable. So does that mean you completed Yakuza 5? Alright, so this is where we battle for Christina, and Akiri loses, and it spawns her side story to find a different path to success, which gets her hired with another agency, another dance instructor. You're kind of close to Haruka's. I didn't, but I'm in Saijima's part. I see. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, we're doing our victory lap now, so this is the legend run where I like reflect on the MSQ of Yakuza 5. We'll probably conclude this tomorrow in the finale. We complete all the hunting missions. Nice. Very nice. So are you in Tsukimino now? You're about to head off to Tsukimino Sapporo to do the final chapter. I think it was very fun, a nice way to make money. Yeah. Certainly is. This game has no shortage of money use. So you get a lot of money in this game. Like way lots of money. Holy heck. You're in Tsukimino, but doing, yeah, okay. There's some fun ones in Tsukimino. There's a few that connects with everything, like in your hunting village. You're doing as much as you can. That's fair. Oh, which by the way, I discovered this just yesterday, right? As I'm doing this, but I'm giving this as a fair heads up to most people because there is misinformation about this. Um, in the remastered version, uh, so Yakuza 5 remastered, you can do all the things in Premium Adventure, and if you complete all the things in Premium Adventure, it carries to your next playthrough. So in case you're wondering if uh if you miss something, can you still complete the thing and then like have like new game plus or something? It's still the same for this game. The reason why I say that is because it wasn't like that for a lot of people. So you don't have to do that. And I think Yakuza 4 might have been different as well, but for all the remastered games, it's the same. It might be Yakuza 4 might have had some limitations too. But anyways, it was a pleasant it was a pleasant surprise. So I also read the forums, right? Because I needed to know how I was going to plan out the game, right? Plan out the playthrough. So actually, this is the third time I'm playing through the MSQ because I planned everything around the idea that Premium Adventure didn't carry, but it does in the remastered version. So that's no longer true. So you can always complete the game, and it's true for every single game now. Like, so every single RGG game, Premium Adventure carries. The only thing that was different when it came to playthroughs and completion was Yakuza 0, the legend mode. You did not the legend mode did not carry something. Basically nothing. So Yakuza 0 was the only one that I completed everything on legend. But everyone else, every other game is you do you. Yeah, you can't do legend mode on New Game Plus, yeah. So it's the only exception. And it's nice. Yeah, in Yakuza 0 is the only exception.
ティーナはやはり
It
本
used to be this game too.
ただ
Like you can still carry between your games, but you could not complete Premium Adventure and then carry those Premium Adventure completions to your new game, but you can. Like you can carry the completion stuff to them. So if you, as long as you complete the stuff, you get the unlocks,
あるか
which was a pleasant surprise to me, because this run would have been so much longer. Not quite longer, but not as long, I suppose. I saved some time because I have like a few things I can use in this. But anyways, yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying the game. This game is
来たな。
the peak of old RGG, the pre-Dragon RGG, without a doubt. All right, so Park Sun reveals
仕
the
事あなた
that she has a secret letter, which we know.
はるか
Sorry, but this is gonna be spoilery too, so
何
I don't
これ
wanna
じゃだ
hold you up on the whole spoiler
堀
thing
江
そうやけど
because I'm gonna be
No.
highlighting the scenes that I think are pivotal.
化粧は女の
Oh,
身だ
this is
し
a
な
really
み
good scene too.
ブスだってメイクで可
We'll
愛
watch
く
this
なる
one.
のあなたがうまく化粧できるようになればもっともっと綺麗になれるのよ服だってもっと
So this highlights one of the game does well in the completion part due to some sub stories being able in only certain times of days and gives you yeah I agree. There is a little bit of an asterisk near the finale chapter. So I'll let you discover that on your own, how that works. But in the end, Premium Adventure makes up for it still. So whether you find out somehow or not. I found out in a different way. That's why it's very important to know that Premium Adventure is available. Because I did it in a way that I was assuming it wasn't. And it kind of stopgap the way all the order of things that I did. So there were a few like sub stories left. There were a few food sections and whatnot left and whatnot until Premium Adventure. Uh this scene is great because it still shows what type of what type of parent Park Sun is. Although she's the type which represents a lot of Asian, I would say a greater Asian parental style, which is the idea of projecting your aspirations onto someone that you see yourself in. And this scene really reveals that. And it's no secret, obviously, because up to this moment, she more or less confessed that to Kiryu, how she knows Haruka so well. It's because she sees herself in her. Now, on an off chance, there is some concerns in terms of this parenting type, and that deals with like grooming quite a bit. But Haruka's gone through like a lot of self-identity when it comes to trauma, so it's a pretty great scene.
おしゃれなのを選ばなきゃ。今の自分で十分可愛いなんて思ってたらダメ。
Yeah, Santa's fallen on hard times in Sukumino. The guy with the Santa outfit. Yeah, in the alleyway.
可愛いなんて思ってません。
思ってなかったら少しでもマシになろうと一生懸命お化粧するはずなの。見た目を少しでも良くしようと努力するものよ。この世界に入った以上はもっと美に貪欲になりなさい。何かおかしい？
嬉しいんです。
怒られたことが？
こんな風にお化粧してもらえることなんてないと思ってたから、すごく嬉しいんです。
女の子には母親が必要よね。はるか、今度流行ってるお店に連れて行ってあげるわ。可愛い服見繕ってあげる。
本当ですか？
私は言ったことは必ず守る。今までもそうだったでしょ。
Yeah, she does always mean it. Super abrasively sharp.
さあ、できた。しっかりやってきなさい。
はい。ありがとうございました。
それじゃ、
Alright,
蒼天
now
テ
we're
レビに
back
行
to
こう。
Horie. You want to sell your hunting game on Ibisu? I see a sub-story sign on the end of the street. Only thing I know is that 1 minute later, I just beat up a bear. Yeah.
行こうか。
Yeah.
はい。
All right. I think we are going out to we're going out to shop soon, but he's gonna meet us at the producer place to make up. So to make up for spilling the coffee or spilling the water or drink onto the producer because T-Set is a butthead and tripped her. So we're going over there to make good. You don't like Park Sun? Hopefully when you play the chapter, you'll uh I'm not gonna mention too much, but I'm gonna end up mentioning it soon because I'm gonna get to the finale from here. But we'll, I'll let you come up with your own impressions when the events happen. Because I'm skipping a lot. Just highlighting all the things, all the major events that I like to highlight. So we make up, and then because we make up, we're substituting for game show. So she's filling in for game show. It's a quiz show. I don't know if the question pool
おはようございます。すみません。
is gonna be the same.
わかりました。うん。
Game show. These game shows are supposed to highlight Osaka. Osaka is known for their like comedians. So lots of game shows and whatnot, and Soten TV is an example of the area.
それでは参りましょ
え
う。クイズスタート。
Self check quiz.
当たって。
Sotenbori is misspelled. There's a park. There isn't always a park though. Not there anymore. And then Dino Chair is spelled with a Y. And it is the 4th floor.
こっちかな。
How do they know? No idea. I mean Dino Chair, sorry. There's an arcade. And then it is tea set.
こっちかな。
There is a karaoke, right? I don't that is a little weird because some games don't actually have the karaoke in it anymore. So I gotta make sure. That's false. I think taiyaki is missing. Yeah, there's no taiyaki place currently. And then it's Kani. Or is it? I think it's Kani, right? Oh no. Yeah, it's Kani, yeah. And then Iwao Bridge, of course.
当たって。
Iwao Bridge is the like the trendy bridge, the edgelord bridge. It's sad seeing Haruka all alone with these strangers that want to milk her for money. That's not how this works. Yep. All the people close to her are the overprotective type.
うまくいって
They all bend over backwards and hate themselves to protect her. All the other stuff, like the producer and the managers and people who like hate her and stuff because she's competition, yeah.
いいでしょう。今日のことは忘れます。
No, it's not the entire series do not feature karaoke ken in Sotenbori. Actually, technically there isn't a karaoke ken in Yakuza 0 too. It's a bar. Karaoke kens and bars are different, but the bar is equipped with a karaoke machine. And Yakuza Like a Dragon, the karaoke Ken, I don't there might be one. No, there's not one there. Or it's not open or accessible. So it's not clear if it's there or not. And then the karaoke Ken moved twice in the series in Sotenbori. Yeah, you kind of get really mixed up on all these things when you play all the games because they move or not are not open or relocate or close a
なん
lot.
かいいかど
Yeah, but I'll let you make up your mind about
So-
all the characters. Yeah, yeah. But not all the games have a karaoke place in Sotenbori. There are exceptions. But I had to make sure
そした
which one I'm thinking of. Because, for example, in Sukumino, there's no arcade. But all the other cities have arcades. You missed the part in where every playable Yakuza again, you're gonna have to play this. You're gonna have to play this section to understand. But all the characters around Haruka are facets of Kiryu. They're incredibly overprotective and nurturing, to the point where they would go and sacrifice their own life for her, even though it's been 6 months. So these people aren't strangers to her. They've been around for 6 months. And Haruka notoriously, or maybe notoriously or or, you know, greatly known as someone who warms up to people incredibly fast. So 6 months is a really long time. Every chapter in this game features a character that warms up to them very quickly. Nakajima being a highlight of Kiryu's section, right? Nagajima is incredibly. Yeah, the characters here are incredibly powerful. They're so unlike all the other characters' relationship. Oh, Tatsuya. Unlike all the other characters, Haruka is a teenager, so she's 16 here, and every other character around her are parents. They are taking the role of a parent, so they treat them different. They treat her differently, and it's not the way. They're not her. They're not necessarily looking to specifically be just her friends. Yeah, Tatsuya is a national, almost. He's actually branched out. He's arguably an international foodie content creator. He's a TV personality, more specifically. I don't know if the dude branched out internationally in a way of like reposting and being exposed, but at least nationally, he's incredibly recognizable. Yeah. He didn't lend too many voice lines though. Just enough. Just enough. Wait. I lost track of where I'm going. Okay. Yeah, none of the people around, like, just as a slight, you're letting your prejudices about movie production or idol production bias your opinion, but generally speaking, from the way these characters are written, the last thing they're talking about is making money from Haruka. So, if you still end up having that impression after you get to this section, then it would be a very interesting discussion to have. because it would be a very hard sell that these characters that surround her, Horie, Yamaura, and Park Sun, are concerned about money. It is not the theme of this chapter. It's actually quite the opposite. But I would like to hear the theory, if it turns out that way.
おはようございます。
おはよ
Okay. I think we're going to now have a lesson with Christina. Yes.
おはのこ
Let's go.
愛しさの傷口は羽をなくした鳥のようねえどうしてねあなたはそんなに悲しく笑うのどこを繕えばあの子みたいに笑えるのどこを直したらあの日みたいに抱きしめてくれるの断ちきれない孤独と悲しみのループフォトフレームのあなたにピントが合わない愛しさの傷口は羽をなくした鳥のよねえどうしてねあなたはそんなに悲しく笑うの
I like the guitar riff in this song. The guitar riff goes hard.
愛しさの傷口は羽をなくした鳥のよねえどうしてねあなたはそんなに悲しく笑うの
I had a few early taps there. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. It's very fair. It's very fair though. I would say RGG did a subversion, right? So in this way, what RGG did was they made all the characters reveal the brutal nature of the music industry. So instead, they wrote all the characters to be the people that are protecting her from it or getting her ready for it. So instead of making it a traumatizing experience, right? Which is true. It happens a lot. Pragmatically speaking, the music industry has to consider that really, really heavily. Like in reality, like this happens a lot. It's so pervasive that it can be very significant. But instead, they decide to write the characters in a different way. So in a way, they pulled in RGG. Basically, the characters end up being incredibly supportive, and it's the silver lining. But there's no amount of sugarcoating it. They literally keep telling you that the music industry is, you have to be very hard. Like, you have to take no prisoners. Like, there's a lot of danger to music industry, being a public idol and stuff. He goes through all of that, but the characters end up being the opposite, generally speaking, because you know, Haruka's a jewel, right? We wish the best, and that's kind of why it took me like 2.5 hours to just get to this point, even though I'm doing a victory lap, because there's a lot of deep cuts here that you want the best for her, and it's nice that it's not as realistic, I would say. Like, what I mean is, we're not looking for realism, we're looking for a fictional story, right? A fun story, but they do subvert that. The more or less the statistical likelihood that you'll have opportunists. Haruka would be surrounded by opportunists who think about promoting their brand. And there is some of that, but not in the way that you would think. It's more in terms of rivalry and conflict of interest. So, like, other idols and other managers. So Haruka has a winner. You have to think about, like, who would be able to convince Kiryu to give up Haruka. That can't be one of those people, right? I don't think Kiryu would just give up Haruka to any old music industry person, if you know what I mean. So it's like the opposite, where, like, she didn't steal Haruka from Kiryu. She convinced Kiryu to give up Haruka. So who could possibly be strong enough and assertive enough to convince Kiryu to give up Haruka for Haruka's interest? It's not every day you can just go up to Kiryu and say, yo, you know what? We're gonna make billions. Nah, you can't convince Kiryu if you're just gonna say, yeah, Haruka's a talent. She's a shining star. We could make millions and millions of yen and she'll live the life of luxury of a celebrity. That's not going to convince Kiryu. And you're going to see it. Like, the talk. Her chapter literally starts with one of my, easily one of my favorite scenes in this game, because it's different from the other ones. It's basically two prospective parents, arguing and talking about what's best for Haruka, and it's pretty good if you're in that type of mindset. And I'm in that mindset, because if you were blessed, in my opinion, with a child like Haruka, who basically literally witnessed both her parents' death in front of her largely at the hands of her adopted father figure, and then watch, like, so many, like, you wish she has at least a moment of fun times. And Kiryu was able to entrust Haruka to Park-san.
Excellent.
Without a doubt.
なあ、はるかちゃん。
わかりました。
Although there is a bad dude in here, but I won't
うまくいったよね。
I'll let you discover who that is. There are a lot of bad dudes, obviously, because their life are cursed
急でごめんね。
in some way. Oh wow, I didn't realize we had that many. Oh, we have to do the interview stories too. It's fine. Okay, we gotta go to this
そう。
civil event.
ただ、
Advertisement. Let's go. Careful though. I'm gonna review a lot of them. Highlighted scenes. There are some standout scenes to me. in this victory lap. I always do highlighted scenes in victory laps. So I have completed the entire game, 100% it, and now I'm on the legend run. And that's what I call the victory lap. Kind of does that. Well, it kind of does that with the Yakuza world if you look at it this way. After all, the music industry is everything. It's a way that one universe invests in expansion, search of hitting jackpots, while other recruits idle, search of one. Both of them have competition. Well, that's the idea. Yeah, that's the idea. It's not in. It's a writing convention for that makes her tale fit in the Yakuza universe. So it's a way to also appreciate how this chapter fits. You could be the less like what you're saying allows you to appreciate this chapter. But I can tell you that a great majority of people does not see that perspective a lot of times when they played this game. I already went into this earlier today about the divisive reception of this chapter, this part of Yakuza 5, but it is drawing parallelism. They're writing it in a way that draws to parallelism. Yeah, take care. Good luck. I look forward to hearing your experiences or your thoughts about the rest of the game. It'll be a while, I would say. It took about 160 to 170 hours for me. So, Godspeed. Thanks for stopping by and talking about it. Yeah. Sleep well. We know this guy. He's the forger. Kind guy just doing his job. All right. Okay. I think we just head back. Oh no. We have to we bump into Horie in front of Don Quixote. And we're supposed to be buying something for Park Sun's hand, I think.
あ
ええ。はい。
あ、
何を。
今頃事務所で
社
思い立ったら、
Oh yeah.
社長
Yeah.
長。それ。
And then Haruka is gonna go on a shopping trip with Park Sun, but not before she buys this brooch as a gift for Park Sun. But then T-Set comes by and be a pep, and then Park Sun ultimately comes by to rescue her. It's symbolic. It's incredibly symbolic because the brooch gets broken in the process, but Park Sun likes the brooch because it gives it character, and that whole thing is incredibly symbolic because Park Sun is he's damaged, right? But also worth keeping, and that's kind of like Haruka's story's life too. She's a more or less a trauma patient, but somehow resiliently vibrant and beautiful and worth keeping. Meanwhile, these peps, freaking peps.
やめてください。何？親切で言ってあげてんのに。そのひねくれたところもあのおばさんそっくり。それ以上社長の悪口言ったら。言ったら何？それ以上社長の悪口言ったら許さない。
上等じゃないの。でもいいの？うちの事務所ね、その気になればあんたんとこの事務所くらいあっという間に潰せるんだからね。
それが嫌なら今すぐ土下座して謝りなさい。それとも終わってる社長と一緒にあんたもこの世界から消えちゃう？
じゃあ連絡しちゃおう。あんたも社長もこれで終わりね。
やめて。はあ？やめてください。
何？口だけ？
やめてください。
頭つけなさいよ。
おい、何してんねんお前ら。
いいじゃないの堀江。
社長。
久しぶりね。二人とも元気？
別に。
はるか、お二人に土下座して差し上げて。
どういうこと？
ただしあなたたち本当にいいのかしら？
何がよ。
昔と違って今のタレントにオフはないわ。あるとしたら自分の家の中くらい。一歩外に出たらそこは営業の場よ。ブログや SNS、 いい噂も悪い噂も一瞬にして世界中に広がる時代。こんなところで他社のタレントに土下座なんてさせたらどうなるんでしょうね。ライバルを蹴落とそうとして逆に自分が転げ落ちていったタレント。私も嫌というほど見てきたわ。あなたたちはその典型みたいね。
行こうマイ。なんだか冗談が通じなかったみたい。
うん、ばっかみたい。
マイ、あずさ、元事務所仲間のよしみで忠告しといてあげる。実力は嘘をつかない。ライバルを恐れるのは 自分たちの実力に自信が持てないからよ。
誰がそんな子、ライバルだなんて思ってないわ。
だったらはるかに関わってなんかいないで自分たちの芸を磨くことね。可愛いだけのアイドルじゃすぐに飽きられるわよ。
行こう。
はるか、ありがとう。
これは
あら、私へのプレゼントじゃなかったの？
でも
違ったのかな。私に似合いそうなのを選んでくれたのかと思っちゃった。私そういうデザイン大好きだから。ありがとうね。
社長。
さ、約束よ。今日はこの後買い物に付き合ってもらうわ。少し支度があるから一度事務所に戻って待ってていいわね。
はい。
Man. It hurts so much when you know what's going to happen. And also, here's all the dramatic irony, right? We know that the writing is supposed to get you to immediately make her in secondhand think about how she's projecting and how desperate she is, right? Park Sun is a very authoritative figure up to this point, but we know that it comes from a place of love, like incredible aspiration and love and damage and like nurturing. At the same time, we know that this is RGG's classic where when a character is suddenly so likable, there's always a danger alert, and it totally happened. While at the same time, there's also a lot more deep cuts here. Park Sun was advising T-Set, and she was trying to set an example, but in a way, we have to remember that they're all playing for the same team. In fact, Park Sun is lecturing T-Set because her and Katsuya, the guy who the Omi guy who also heads up the talent that takes care of T-Set, they all orchestrated all of this. They were always meant to be to help each other develop into better role models, like idols, and then work together eventually. So Park Sun was demonstrating something, but she wasn't actually demonstrating it out of what's the word I'm looking for? Out of social justice. She wasn't getting back at T-Set. She's not like trying to slight them. She is authoritative, constantly nurturing. So it would be out of character for her to just be malicious. She legitimately is incredibly abrasive and sharp with her comments, but they're deliberately meant to keep the girls aiming higher, right? Like, so she's incredibly aggressive. She's basically a tiger mom. And as a product of someone who arguably has a tiger mom growing up, it's endearing. Like, it's endearing in a really weird, tough love way. So if you're someone who's not used to that or haven't normalized how aggressive parents can get and sharp parents can get when it comes to a equally as urgency to make sure their kids succeed, then yes, it can come off as very tough, very unfeeling and whatnot, but it is representative of how much Park Sun cares about all the girls, because she stated like, yeah, you used to work with us. it's all part of the plan. That's the idea. So she isn't just it's like a bittersweet moment because she's teaching the T-set a lesson, but it's not in a way for satisfaction. And in fact, I would go even deeper. It doesn't make Haruka any happier that if Park's son were to make an example of T-set out of spite. So they are very similar. Like Haruka and Park's son, you can draw parallelisms. They do not uh find satisfaction in social justice. They find satisfaction in harmony, as in rivalry harmony at most. And Kiryu is the same. It's a reflection of most of the characters. They want their rivals to thrive and be able to challenge them them again. So whenever Kiryu beats someone who aspires to be similar, like aspires to the same thing, his first remark would be like, get up, practice, get stronger, come back to me whenever you know where I am. Haruka inherits that. So does Park's. Like, Park's son and Haruka are very similar. So in this situation, you could read it on the surface level. It's like, yeah, darn straight. Like, he says nasty pair of girls who are like, no, they're inexperienced. They can't manage their emotions very well. They're not reading their emotions clearly. And Park's son is highlighting that. She literally tried her best to explain logically how their feelings are, like jealousy, and so dealing with that because it is in her best interest. She has never intended to ever make Haruka, quote unquote, better than T-set. She literally set it up with her colleague, along with Majima's help in the background, which you find out later, that they want both of them to succeed incredibly well so that they can grow up and mature and help each other. Obviously, all that hits the fan later because freaking Park's son doesn't make it. But yeah, there's so much to unpack here. But the superficial level is like, you know, haha, like that kind of thing. I would say probably the vast majority of people would see it that way. There was definitely far more to it. There was no way when I saw that scene, there was no way it was gonna just be that simple. I don't think it's too cheap, in my opinion. Like spending time on characters and using them as plot devices to elevate another character as opposed to developing all the characters at once. It's very un-RGG like. There's still examples of them, you know, where like characters act as plot devices to elevate the main character or the character you're supposed to. But in this case, it's not. It's a really big deep dive into the motivations of all the characters. And you don't find this out until much later, actually. Much later. Like when pieces fall into... When Akiyama shows up and the pieces fall in together. It's so much richer. When we try to think about the characters, right? The continuity of the characters. So now we're going shopping. There's gonna be a great car scene. This one's okay. She's writing a letter and then putting the letter away. And they talked about her ambidextrousness because of she's actually left-hand, and then she talked about her past a little bit as she was becoming a idol herself. Go shopping, go to Lamarck, pick out an outfit. You know, having that suspicious sentimental moment to get you to instantly like everything. Oh man, you know, again, if this game is ever remade, it's just gonna have another chapter, like a full chapter with Haruka with the 6 months, you know, it's like this is all so condensed, but they did a great job condensing it to 2 parts. It could hit it could hit so much harder though. We own all the other ones, might as well buy these. Go full leopard print. Is there a leopard print bag too? Oh my gosh, there are leopard print pumps. The full leopard print. And then Park Sun picks out a bag for her. Oh yeah, they go to they play Taiko as well. They go and play Taiko together. Oh no, I think it's look, I have to play. I think it's the D-pad.
曲を選ぼうっと難しさを選ぼうっとさあ始まるみたい
Gotta play the theme song, right? I don't remember how to play. Can you give me... Okay. Okay. Okay, so rim and face. Okay. Alright. Oops. Oh my gosh. I keep hitting the wrong buttons. Oh my gosh, I got the colors reversed every time. Dude. I keep getting the blue ones mixed up with... I want to use the face buttons on red, but it's not the... I mean, I want to use the... on blues, not on the rim tap, so I keep hitting the wrong buttons. Yeah. Ico. Yeah, I keep hitting... The face buttons are on reds, but I keep hitting the face buttons on blues, and then using the shoulder buttons on reds, but it's the reverse. And then you can alternate. And I keep alternating between a face button and a shoulder button, but that's only single tapping, so I keep getting them mixed up over and over again. But we've already done this. It takes a while to get adjusted to a gamepad. I typically wouldn't use a gamepad for this. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Park-sun has an injured right hand, so that not fair, but you know. And then, oh yeah, print circle. We don't actually literally do the print circle though. She just takes a picture. That would've been kind of fun. Do the print circle. But they use our imagination. And then the scene with the car. We're gonna watch the scene in the car again. Oh, this is good too. All the scenes here in this chapters, in this first half is quite good. Because it's about maternal love. It just doesn't exist in this series. Maternal love just is non-existent most of the time.
どう？少しは息抜きできた？
はい、とっても。
明日からまた忙しいわよ。お互いもう。
Real talk though. I think this scene is almost nearly reflected in Yakuza Like a Dragon. When Masumi Arakawa has this like incredibly touching moment in front of the vista of Ichincho, right? And then the very next thing, you get a freaking phone call and the parent died. I'm just getting really terrible flashbacks and emotional roller coaster, right? Like they just write it up and set you up. It's like classic. I almost want to say this is incredibly more so stereotypically Japanese writing, where it's just like, oh no, oh no, I'm feeling too good. Like it's getting too good. This can't be this good, and sure enough, it's not. You know. It's one of those things that build you up and slap you down in like a matter of 15 minutes.
休んでる暇はないわ。
It's a really
レッ
good
スン
scene
付け
though.
にしてあげる。
Super good.
いいわね。
はい、頑張ります。
These scenes do not happen
Haruka.
in the entire series. This is probably the most between,
これ。
with the exception of maybe
Anata
like
ni ageru wa.
Kiwami 1. And not even
ブロー
then.
チのお礼。少し早いけど、デビュー祝いのプレゼントよ。
そんな、これ以上プレゼントだなんて。
いいから。開けてみて。
Of course, that's a fountain pen. The all-important fountain pen.
これ社長が使ってた。こんな高そうなものいいんですか？
高そうじゃなくて高いの。大事にしなさいよね。
大事にします。
その万年筆はね、私がデビューするって決まった時、大切な人からもらったものなの。私にとってはお守りみたいな。
Literally passing the
デ
baton
ビューの時も
or the
マイク
torch.
に隠してずっと両手で握ってたんだから。
やっぱり社
That's a
長でも
pen.
デビュ
I
ーの
mean,
時は緊張
yeah,
したんです
obviously
ね。
it's figurative when it comes to the torch and the
今
baton.
思えば大したことじゃなかったわ。もっと大変なのはデビューした後。私の場合、特に大変だったわね。
どんな風にですか？
私はね、18でデビューする前には結婚してたの。
え？
相手はその万年筆をくれた人よ。もちろん世間にもそれに事務所にも内緒でね。
We never met the person
私は
though.
自分が韓国籍であることも、家庭に問題があったことも、それに既婚者であることも隠してアイドルを続けた。
Yeah, she went through so much
案
trouble.
外うまくいってたわ。
She has so much baggage.
でもある日、 私は自分が妊娠していることに気づいた。すぐに下ろしたわ。当時はあまり迷いはなかった。まだ若かったし、アイドルを続けるためには仕方のない犠牲だって思ったの。夫に打ち明けたのはその後。彼、その時初めて私を殴った。そしてあの人は私の元から去っていった。自分がそばにいたら私の夢の妨げになるからって。私はそれも仕方のない犠牲だと受け入れたわ。でもその後、結婚していた過去があったことを知った事務所は私を売り出すことに躊躇するようになった。いつ爆発するかわからないスキャンダルを抱えたアイドルに大金なんてかけられないってね。予定されていた。
Just for the record, I know this is a little bit spoilery, but one of the top trending anime right now is literally what happens if Park Sun got away with it. Just saying. Just throwing it out there. It's a really great show. It's one of the top trending shows right now. Still is. And it's going to have a second season, but it's Ai no Koi. And her storyline is it didn't happen to her. She faked it until she made it. But they both died due to something else that was outside their control. So just saying. That story about pregnancy, yeah,
イベントは次々に中止さ
in
れ
the
た。
idol world.
日本ドームで大規模なコンサートやろうなんて話まであったのにね。
すごかったんですね、社長。私全然知りませんでした。
コンサートが私の夢だった。コンサートをすれば自分を捨てた親や世間を見返せると思ってた。収容人数5万5千人。親にも愛されなかった私にしては上出来な数でしょ。別れた旦那もコンサートをすれば見に来てくれるかもなんて考えてね。でも現実には事務所には見放されて、コンサートどころか仕事はどんどん減っていったわ。後にはもう何も残らなかった。自分がもう子供を産めない体だと知ったのも全てを失ってからだったわ。
そんなことが。
スターを夢見て犠牲にしてしまった過去への償い。それが今私がアイドルを育てようとしている理由なのかもね。もしかしたら失ったものを取り戻そうとあがいてるだけなのかもしれない。でももう私にはこれしかないの。あなたには迷惑かもしれないけどね。
迷惑だなんて。私社長のためにも頑張ります。
ありがとう。でもあなたのおかげで私も失っていたものを少しだけ取り戻せたかもしれないの。この前プリンセスリーグであなたの決勝進出が決まってから雑誌の取材を受けたのよ。それを目にした元夫からこの手紙が来たの。
Oh wait. No, there's no way, right? Is she really? I really thought Majima is the ex-husband she's referring to here. But I really thought I don't think she was 18. Like way back, right? When she was married and got pregnant. I don't think that was Majima. I think there are two separate people. Because, or maybe it's the same? I don't think so. It's not made clear how much time has elapsed. Because, technically Majima is also was married to her, but it's not clear if it has to be, right? That's the time checks out. So like if she was in her we don't know how old Park Sun is, but that same husband could still be Majima. So like Majima and Park Sun could have had one time had a kid in which she aborted, right? And he left. Majima, you could see that happening, especially if you have the context of Yakuza 0, where he was still in that time where he was incredibly pragmatic about how he goes about. But I always took into consideration that they're two separate people. Like there was a phase when she was growing up and she was making in the idol world, and then afterwards all the idol stuff happened, right? And that fell out. Then she met Majima and then started developing the talent. So I'm pretty sure they're two separate people. Because then all this other stuff about sorting out the talent, getting the loans to start the talent, like the two talent agencies, raising T-Set and then moving T-Set to the other talent scout, all that stuff came after. I really got to check it out. I don't know. I don't think it's just one husband. I think she was remarried.
東京で会わないかって。彼とはもう二度と会えないと思ってた。
Oh, maybe it is the same
私のい
person.
けない。
Yeah, maybe it is the same person. Maybe Majima was also there when she was an idol. Man, I would like to see that. Wait, where would that put it? Where would that place her though? We don't know when it happened. Because Yakuza 0, all that time, it's got to be between after Yakuza 0 and Kiwami 1. So that's between 1990 and the year 2000. Oh, 2005, technically. I guess that's the next earliest point because Kiryu. Actually, there's another earlier point, but I don't think Majima was necessarily there. Didn't show up.
遠い世界に行ってしまって、それっきり。
Maybe she
連
only
絡も
married
取れなくなっ
once.
てたから。
That's how it would check out.
でもそれじゃこんな大事なもの私がもらっていいんですか？
もちろんいいの。
So that's Majima, like, that gave
でも
her the pen.
その代わりと言ってはなんだけど、はるか、
There's a
あな
chance.
たに一つ頼みがあるの。
はい。
She didn't specifically say it was her
別れた旦那に会うにし
ex-husband
て
that
も、
gave her the pen
これだけ年を重ねちゃ
for
う
a
とね。
debut.
会ってがっかりされたくないのよ。待ち合わせの場所にはあなたが行って、それで私のところに彼を案内してきてほしいの。あまり明るい場所で今の老けた顔見せたくないから。
私でお役に立てるんでしたら。でも心配いらないと思います。社長今も綺麗ですから。
ありがとう。お世辞も上手になったわね。
お世辞じゃないです。
彼には東京でのあなたのライブに来てもらう約束になってる。
That
そ
didn't
の時
happen.
また改めてお願いするわ。
It was on top of the
その万年
Millennium
筆は
Tower, though.
あなたが私の
Fighting
代理ってい
Zajima.
う目印になる。
So technically he saw it, though.
彼と会うための鍵でもあるの。
My brain just exploded. That could check out. So I think I might have missed a detail here. So Majima is ex-husband of Park's son. So Majima would know that Park's son took on Haruka. Majima would also know that Haruka is Kiryu's adopted daughter. Like, we'll say for all intents and purposes, Kiryu's adopted daughter. So when Majima sent that letter, he was trying to get ahead of what's happening because his Tojo business, he just a slight deep cut. He left her because he was probably off, like his Tojo affairs, right? Was probably gonna get collateral, like they're gonna become collateral, which they ultimately Park-sun becomes collateral in the whole Tojo Omi alliance thing. So yes, she couldn't follow him where he was going, but I don't think he left her because of like falling out of love or something. But Majima actually pulled a Kiryu, and full circle. Park-sun knows how to approach Kiryu and talk about the sacrifices that Haruka will inevitably have to do to be with Kiryu, because Park-sun knows firsthand what she needed to do. Because Park-sun is also the product of falling for a Tojo man. So her relationship with Majima informed her approach to Kiryu. Now, the biggest thing is she never knew that her ex-husband knows her father. So, like, oh boy, like this needs more. Like if this game needs to be remade, this needs more. Like I need more details here. Like this is a whole inception point. So Majima finally shows up eventually in the finale, right? And Majima gives himself up. And the question is, there was a doubt. Did Daigo plan this? Or did someone plan this? Is Majima deliberately, he didn't just like give himself up because he was pathetic, because Majima has a plan, or someone is also planning with Majima. So he gives himself up so that Kurosawa can feel like he's in control, sets Majima against Saejima, but Majima's just stalling. Like, he probably was aware that Haruka's in danger because he was keeping an eye on possibly Park-sun, right? Because he sent the letter. So all this is still conjecture because there's no details, but it would fit so neatly that Majima knew exactly what he was doing. He was there to stall Kurosawa, goes up to the roof. Kurosawa says Majima or Saejima has to fight each other to the death. If Majima wins, Haruka dies. If Saejima wins, Haruka gets to live. But instead, they just keep fighting until Baba caves, because they weren't aware that Baba had a connection with Saejima. So he gives up that, and then Shinada arrives, who was plan B, and sucker punch some sense into him. But all this still better explains why Majima just suddenly shows up and is like, yo, I have a condition. And the goat here, I'm making Majima off to be like an incredibly soppy, soft guy, and he really is. Like, as the game goes on, Kiwami 1 and made him into like a guy without nuance, but then Yakuza 0 provided nuance, and then Yakuza Like a Dragon, just the few moments he's there, he's really sentimental. Like, he's been incredibly soft. Yakuza 5 in the beginning with Saejima, he's an incredibly soft person. Like, he's softened up entirely, and that explains his Saejima's appearance, and he is already aware of all of this. And the goat here. Saejima probably gave himself up, and he finally showed up to give himself up to stall Kurosawa because he's afraid Haruka's in danger to protect Park Sun's legacy. That's gonna be like the biggest wild like fan fiction ever. Like in so many more details are missing, but it would fit so well. So Majima was willing to give up his life to stall to save Haruka's life because Haruka is the embodiment of Park Sun's legacy. And at that time, it was very clear that Majima will likely have already known that Park Sun is dead because she was taken out by the Omi. And sure enough, Majima's biggest enemy before Park Sun died is the Omi, because all that stuff that he did in Tsukumino and stuff, already there. So he already knew or predicted, with Daigo's help probably, what's going to happen in Tsukumino Sapporo. So he was trying to save Saejima, but he was also trying to save Haruka because he knows Park Sun. That's so crazy. Oh man, if only this game was longer. I know. This game is already incredibly, unbelievably long. But if you just, oh man, this needs to be longer. Like I need flashbacks. I need a game that explains Majima. Like I need to know what the freak is Daigo doing and Majima's doing right now. And then there are so many things that were cut out of the game, like didn't make it to the game. Like what happened in Nagoya, like that sets up Shinada stuff. There's so many things in this game that you just left to imagination. But what's here can be explained just if you understand all the characters in play, outside of the new characters, which Park Sun is one of the characters. So crazy. Oh my gosh. I didn't make that connection at all. I only made that connection just now because we just did the scenes again, like the end scene, the finale scene. But because there was such a big gap when I was doing the completion stuff. Is this what you're writing? I need interviews. I need to know if anyone has asked RGG writers, was that the intent? Were they trying? Did they cut out scenes or certain scenes didn't make it into the game because Majima would be like a goat right now? I mean, Daigo came off as a goat, sort of, but Daigo got cut out in lots of the scenes too. Like it just feels like so many of the details are missing in MSQ. The MSQ is horrendously long already. Like it is a really long game, like in every way, and yet I'm still like starving for more. Every time I play this game, it becomes clearer and clearer. This game is really confusing. Like I definitely sympathize. I don't empathize with them anymore, but I do sympathize with a lot of the people who said the second quote unquote worst drawbacks about this game is the MSQ is like all over the place. Like it's so confusing, it's so convoluted, it's such a long haul, long cons. And I think largely it's probably due, generally speaking, to how ambitious it is and then how not enough it is. Like the runtime in the MSQ is like 30 hours, I would say, a good 30 hours. And that's if you sit down and really digest what the heck is going on. And ooh, I did make this connection the first two times. What the heck? It makes sense. I mean, I'm making it make sense. But man, that makes Majima such a non-character, but also a character. It just doesn't make it doesn't feel that way because it got cut out. I feel like they could really tie this in. I just there's so much fun things going on. Such potential on the table. Anyways.
わかりました。
ありがとう、はるか。
And that's it. And they pulled this twice in this series. They pulled it later in Yakuza Like a Dragon.
今日は私も楽しかったわ。寄り道しないで帰るのよ。
社長も気をつけて帰ってください。おやすみなさい。
When I saw that scene, when the moment we went to bed, hey Silent King. And the moment when the first time we did this, the moment that phone rang, I was like, no. And it was instant. It's like, dang. And he freaking did the same thing again in Yakuza Like a Dragon. Only they had like the zoom in top down view of a smartphone. This one hurt. I still think this one hurt quite a lot, but the final scene in that's fair. Yeah. This is definitely for me the peak RGG pre Dragon Engine. What'd you call it? Or I lost my thought, but yeah, man. The rankings, right? Like this, Rikia hit pretty hard in Yakuza 3. This is like top 5 situation. Masumi Arakawa in Yakuza Like a Dragon. Wolf. What else? Yakuza, Kiwami 1, Yumi, right? The Yumi scene in conjunction with Nishiki in Kiwami 1. Kiwami 2 is okay. Kiwami 2 is okay. I have. All the mainline ones. All the mainline Like a Dragon games, no. I'm completing, but I am completing this. This is my victory run, so it's my last achievement. And Like a Dragon, we're completing the last 2 achievements. So, and I played them all back to back. So, wait. Oh no! I didn't want to trigger this. We already did this. This is the cute little email back and forth between Ayako and Haruka. Darn you, Haruka, why are you so fast at texting? Dang you guys! Why are you so fast? I just wanted to get to Dynachair. Yeah, we're playing both the Judgment games next. We're playing both the Judgment games next. Probably gonna be able to do Judgment, and then Lost Judgment will be on the back burner for Like a Dragon Gaiden. Just looking at the timing and whatnot. Yeah, man, I would say the Park Sun untimely demise. I think Rikia still ranks above at the moment. Rikia was rough. Masumi Arakawa is still gonna be like tied for first or second. Yakuza 0, no, Yakuza 0 is alright. It's kind of feels a lot like Kiwami 2. And then Yakuza 4. That one's a bit rough. I would say like around where Park Sun is now. Yeah, man, there are so many. There's so many spots, but this one was tough
あの
because it's Haruka. Haruka.
私
ここな起きなではいいえ
堀江
Everything in Yakuza game done to get ready for like a yeah, me too. Or actually, I deliberately timed this, so I started the Like a Dragon stuff in February. And then I looked at like all the formats and how long it would take, and it just happens to line up with maybe a month to spare before Like a Dragon Gaiden. So we're going into that, and then Lost Judgment will happen in between Like a Dragon 8 and Infinite Wealth, and possibly even Ishen and Lost Judgment will probably be in between Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. And this will also go into the other Sega properties because I also cover PSO2 NGS. And I might do a Sonic Legacy at some point because I am a Sonic kid. I was there when I was 5 years old. I started with Sega. And then now Sega is very relevant. And I'm happy to start more Sega legacies.
あの
This is our third time through the MSQ. I do these I do all the MSQ runs. I do all the MSQ only runs, and then I do completion run, and then I do a victory lap, which is the legend run. Yeah, so 3 and 4 completion list for the past month and a half, including Haruka's Trust. 5 is the only game I need to get Haruka's Trust up, sadly, to make Yakuza even sadder in the beginning. Haruka's Trust is not canon at all. Yeah. Indeed. But I would say it's kind of hard to suggest canon as a word I would use for RGG development process because there's a lot of I don't necessarily think in terms of the business format that they set budget for canonizing. They more set a project, achieve it in a reasonable amount of time, and whether something recurs or not, it is just part of the legacy of the game. Canonizing tends to be with respect to an established source and planned budgeting. And I think a lot of the stuff doesn't check out for canonizing. So whether it serves as a game mechanic or not, I think the greater experience is that every experience in the person who experienced the game is canon. So I call it more of a legacy than canon. I wouldn't use the word canonize canon at all in terms of qualifying RGG stuff. That's just an opinion though. I've been a fan for almost 5 years and I love analyzing my DMDs more regardless of its flaws or whatnot. That's fair. I'm not entirely I don't like the word flaws either, but yeah, I'm for me, I guess in a great scope of things, I have a big background as a very long background in Asian cultures in general. I mean, I guess It's more of a personal thing. So when it comes to game stuff, the deep cuts tend to be trying to put perspective into the developer's take. So I spend most of my time looking and connecting what the intended story composition is and production and the scope of the business practice, like the gaming industry and whatnot. Uh, in terms of like fan fiction and stuff, sometimes that can be fun. I just like getting into the developer's head. So a lot of times, the whole idea of canon tends to be more from a fan fiction standpoint, not necessarily the developer's standpoint. Developers get asked if things are canon. I don't necessarily think they restrict themselves to trying to canonize things. Cue George Lucas, right? Anyways, uh, I think I recognize your name if that's the same name. So that's really sweet. It's nice to hear from you, and I'm pretty sure I recognize your name. And pretty sure the algorithm has parted me with some insights to you. I'm glad you're still enjoying it and you're getting like ready. I'm getting hype as heck. Like there's so much legacy that oh, it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough not to be giddy about Like a Dragon Gaiden, especially when you know there's a deep cut between 6 and 7, right? So there's gonna be so many little things. Oh my gosh. I can't even wait for that. Oh, I can. I mean, we have to. But I can't wait to hear your thoughts about it. Yeah. I'm a sucker for these things too. So, uh ooh, I still don't know if anyone has got a chance to interview RGG or something, because I want to know if Majima in this game, what I just said earlier, I really want to know now what other people's theories are on this, and then if they had the privilege to ask RGG writers, like, did some of Majima's things not make the cut in the game because I don't know, maybe production limitations or timing? Because holy heck, that would be a wild. I would be so impressed if their intent was that Majima had like a really sentimental role in this what is happening to Haruka right now, because he was formerly married to Park-sun. Yakuza 6 and uh Yakuza Like a Dragon are the only completion lists I need to complete. Yeah, I'm working on that. I'm working on either though. Like I don't know if I'm gonna revisit 6 anytime soon per se, but those are some heavy hitters. Like the Puyo thing was incredible for Yakuza 6. I mean, I could just spend the most time. Yesterday, Yakuza Like a Dragon, I did the just mahjong for fun. So we cleared the mahjong tables because I do like me some mahjong. I do a lot of the activities just for fun nowadays. So much fun legacy moments. Anyways, we find out the unfortunate demise of Park-sun. Feels bad, man. It wasn't as so it wasn't as tough. This is why I do feel Masumi Arakawa's unfortunate demise was a bit, because they revealed his face, right? Like Asuka did the whole run thing, but we had to remember that Haruka is younger and she's a character that processed grief incredibly different from Kasuga. In fact, man, real talk though. Haruka have seen some stuff compared to Casca. Like, I'm sure we could try to fill in the blanks of what Casca saw, but I mean, 18 years in prison, that kind of limits what you see, but holy heck. I was gonna say Haruka processed grief in a different way because she's young, but let's say easily, maybe, what, I lost track, kidnapped and abducted 4 times? She's about to get abducted again, the 5th time. And then 5 murder scenes firsthand. It's just so much. The pool AI sucks. It was okay. Including 4. Darts is kind of the same, but it gets better. If you turn. Oh, I love the offset in Yakuza 5. Yakuza 4 was closer to Yakuza 3 in terms of sensitivity. It has a little quirks. All the darts were pretty. Yeah, those are some fun ones because the 3, 4, 5 they had some really interesting quirks. The AI was for the pool thing. Yeah, that was different, but they were very transcribable. So after Yakuza 3, 4, and 5 just came like all the while. The expert CPU sucks because he will constantly perfect shot every. Yeah, he does. Yeah, yeah, agreed. Okay, so let's get enters Akiyama. Akiyama the goat, the man, the myth, the legend.
寒い。
Good old Akiyama. Real talk though. Real talk. Real talk about Akiyama, right? Dude. I've been, we got to brainstorm like a drag Yakuza Like a Dragon, right? Has often did this thing where they would build legacy by teasing things like Adachi and Date-san and Hanjugi and Kiryu, right? All this stuff. But man, Like a Dragon 8, Infinite Wealth. What if Akiyama and Nick know each other? I'm just saying, just come on, Nick's been around the block. He's a very good businessman. He's kind of eccentric and it's got that air of, charisma and like a little smart, silver tongued. I'm telling you, what if Akiyama knows Nick? Okata from Casca's gang, because they've been pairing up and connecting and overlapping. Oh, interesting. But his VA was busy at the time. Oh, so that's what they got Nick. Oh, that makes so much. That fills out so much because the first thing you think about is like, dude, why didn't you just hit up Akiyama? Oh man, you know that would be a great payback. That would be such a great like payout if in the next game they'd be like, yeah, I know you guys miss Akiyama, right? And we got Nick. Let's make them make pals because yo, I want to see some comical scenes between Akiyama and Nick. I mean, the whole Shinada and Akiyama thing was great, but dude, that explains so much about what Nick's role it was in Yakuza Like a Dragon. Because so now they're like pairing up like, dude, when Adachi had just it's like a 5-minute scene with Date-san. Ooh, that's ripe for infinite wealth. What was another one? You know, let's just put this on the back burner. Like, I would have to like make a buy a lottery ticket or something. But if Sayama, right? If Kaoru Sayama finally makes a return and she bumps into Saiko, that's good pair up. We gotta pair all the characters up now. Come on. Come on, RGG. I know the whole VA thing is gonna be tough, but there's so many good pairings. I've been talking about it as I'm concluding Like a Dragon, like Yakuza Like a Dragon, quite a lot. Just brainstorming all the possibilities, nerding out like crazy. All right, Omi Alliance crashes, The Office,
Hey.
and you know what? It's fine that we got what you call it, Hana-chan, right, on the phone, but ooh. I was trying. Like, there's got to be a Hana-chan Easter egg somewhere. It didn't happen, but still. By the way, anime, right? Hana-chan, staple voice actress in the anime community. So, anyone who have seen Haruhi Suzumiya and then some. Yeah. The nice banter. Freaking Hana-chan. Akiyama. Hope he comes back. He's like a mascot now. Nah. It's fine. I know, you're mad. It's fine. Wait, that didn't count as a launch? Huh. Oh. Whoops. It's left trigger. Left trigger, not right. R1. Goodbye, my friends. Tell your friends all about me. That's what Akiyama is secretly thinking, you know? Like, yeah, tell all your friends to back off, man. Great to nerd out to possibilities and fan theories. There's so much to nerd out to. We got all the phone spam. Oh, that's interesting. So only certain... Huh. Alright, wait. We'll just alleviate some of our legend run here. Gotta make it victory lap material. Wait. Where is it listed? What the heck? Hey. Probably don't need any of this, but... Hey. Speed things up. Kiryu is the Azure Dragon. Seiryu, yeah. Yep, Akiyama, the Vermilion Phoenix, yep. And then a White Tiger, yep. Yep. Oh, I didn't switch to the beads. I forgot about the beads. I don't want to do this. We don't need to swap the beads. It's fine. Let's just run through. Got the War God Talisman. Go speed. Oh, let's avoid that, please. Yep, the 4. It's not a coincidence. Or Yakuza 4. Not a coincidence. Honestly, about last year and this year, Yakuza 5 has a special place in your heart. Me too. Oh, well, actually, all of them do, but Yakuza 5 is like, to me, it highlights an industry thing in the context of its release and in the context of its remaster that incredibly place it in an incredibly special place in a lot of metrics, both pragmatically and emotionally, personally. We're gonna skip this. I like the next scene though. We're gonna definitely watch the next scene. Yeah, so this is where they go over the suspicious nature of Park Sun's suicide, quote unquote suicide. And then the realization that Park Sun's legacy is Haruka, which Akiyama is acquainted with. If I had to say which one has the worst plot, it's Yakuza 4. The characters are good, but the story isn't. The worst plot. What do you how do you evaluate plots? That would probably be my first question. In order for me to understand that, right? Oh, we're gonna see this though. The great interaction moment with Haruka.
失礼、ちょっといいかな。昨べパク社長と最後に会ったのが君だって聞いてね。少し話をさせてもらいたいんだけど。まあこんな時に話する気にはならないと思うんだけどさ。君ははるかちゃんか？桐生さんところ。
秋山さん。
君なのか？パク社長が売り出そうとしてた新人っていうのは。そういやさっき堀江ちゃんが沖縄がどうこう言ってたけど、こんな偶然もあるんだな。
秋山さんの方こそどうしてここに？
実は俺パクさんに金貸してたんだよ。
社長が秋山さんに？
ああ、彼女関西の金貸し連中には融資をみんな断られちゃったみたいだ。
All right. I just wanted to see their face-to-face interaction, and then now they're oh wait. Oh no, no. This is where they figure out all the loose ends and how reconcile how
Okay.
it's not a suicide. So they're gonna go and look for clues as to foul play, looking clues for foul play. And we start by going to her office and finding out that her penmanship is under suspicion, which then leads us to a bit of a throwback to the forger, and identifying the forger happens to be the old man that shakes Haruka's hand earlier in chapter 1. Wait. Oh, wait, did I I might have jumped the gun here. Did I jump the gun? Oh yeah. They have to review all the details of the police report. Camera. It's really the rubber bullet plot twist. Alright. Fair enough. Some of Yakuza fandoms say that and the final boss Munakata is trying to be a Jingu 2.0. Okay. And then there are some good moments, but there are really not any plot development with Sajima's sister. That's fair too. Yasuko. So I hear incredible emotional responses. So 3 emotional responses. Rubber bullet, a plot twist, is a very emotional response. So it gets you that visceral reaction to bait, like the bait and switch, right? Mentality. And then Jingo 2.0, that's more of a comparison outside of the scope of evaluating the plot, but it's an emotional one outside the scope. And then the lack Yasuko being a plot device, right? Because and that is very sentimental too. So that's fair. Those are 3 very sentimental things, and I can see why you would think it's one of the worst plots. So here's that. So since this game is consistently produced, this franchise is consistently produced by a core body of writers, you tend to get a lot of 2.0s and a 3.0s if you look hard enough. Generally speaking, evaluating a game, my personal take on this, evaluating a game based on legacy repeats is a wholly sentimental one, but not a constructive one, in my opinion. And also, here's something I noticed during the famous Kiryu vs. Akiyama and Tanomura fight, of course. I can't believe Akiyama and Tanomura didn't hear themselves pronouncing her name differently. Yashko? Oh, yes. I don't actually know if I didn't pay attention. So they said something different, huh? I'll have to rewind and look at that. Akiyama and Tanomura said Yashko differently? Interesting. That's a fun little trivia, so I'll have to look into that. Because before the fight, Akiyama said Lily, but then Tanomura said Yashko. Oh, okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Oh, yeah, they didn't. Oh, you mean, yeah, they didn't catch each other? Like, wait a minute. Have like a comedic moment or like a beat moment. It's like, wait a minute. Say who? I get it. Yeah. I didn't notice that. I'll have to look back. But in terms of the evaluation, I see you're a very sentimental kind of person. So yeah, those things would definitely ruffle some feathers. From a plot standpoint, Jingu 2.0, that's a sentimental criticism that goes outside the scope of evaluating a plot within a game. So I can't really make any comments to that. I can't empathize with that in any way. And the plot device is a missed opportunity, but then you have to put it in the scope of where Yakuza 4 is in production costs and service. So when characters tend to lack quote unquote character development. I think you're specifically talking about character development because Yasuko is literally only plot development because she was used as a plot device. That's where it feels rough because Yasuko did not get characterization development, as opposed to just feel like she moved the plot along for the most part. And then I can see that the rubber bullets thing, that's a preference. As much as I would say it can be emotionally impactful, my long experience with Japanese writing when it comes to cop dramas and organized crime, and especially if you get used to like Hong Kong cop dramas, like Chinese cop dramas, along with delving into Western organized crime and stuff. Rubber bullets, it's okay. Blanks, pretty okay too. Like Yakuza 6 used blanks, right? Firing a blank and subversion. So it is pretty tough because Yakuza 4 felt like there was production limitations as well. So does Yakuza 5 in a sense. And because of that, without a proper lean and abrupt twist like that, it can become a M. Night Shyamalan moment. So if you're into like the early M. Night Shyamalan stuff, like Signs, that type of thing, if the twist is not developed in a manner that creates groundedness, it can be very rough. And for anyone who likes to experience their thing firsthand emotionally, I can definitely sympathize with the whole rubber bullet thing. It's okay. I don't think any of those points I particularly think of when I think of Yakuza 4. I think the same happened to Shinada in this game, so they used him as a background character and another protagonist due to the false allegations. Kanemaru's VA. Yeah, sure. I'm aware of that, and I actually love Shinada, to be honest. I was when I further explored everything about him from doing the completion list, and yeah. His character is the fourth character is a flex character, right? When you think about character composition, writing, and whatnot, especially when it comes to rounding out the cast, typically you're trying to round out the cast with legacy. You must secure legacy, different perspectives of the legacy, and then you introduce new, something like you cycle into. And Shinada is poetically offering a perspective that is jarring and opposing everyone. So did Tamanomura. So if you're taking it from a developer's perspective, it's very clear that they were supplanting for each other, substituting for each other. So you can draw those comparisons and what they're used for. And often making a comparison to a background character versus a protagonist would be erroneous because the intent of the writing mechanic and composition for those characters are not that intent. So when you evaluate it based on not their intent, you would likely come to an initial impression that they feel like they're sidelined. But the idea is if you evaluate them based on the developer's intent, you wouldn't get that initial response. But it seems like after further exploration and stuff, you found some joy or some value in his character. I enjoyed the character. I relatively had the expectations of like writing composition met initially. I didn't really go through like this ambivalence. Shinada incredibly tragic and just in a way, ooh, it's the deepest of deepest cuts of living a lie. Oh man. In it in fact, it echoes Haruka in a way that if you look at it from um who has privileged information and who doesn't, it would tie him his like you can draw a lot of parallelisms of how they wrote Shinada's story with all the other guys, because they're always all the plots in RGG tends to have those who have privileged information and those who do not, and Shinada takes the cake. Like Shinada was so kept in the dark, and it really drove home so many of the like the cursed nature of these characters. I think they're so underprivileged when it comes to information, but Shinada's one that was really not in control of his life. Like Kiryu, you know, the one of the major themes that run through Yakuza 5 is that all the characters are getting their like it's cycling back, right? All their legacy is cycling back. And you had to establish Shinada's legacy. So it took a while to establish what he can't control. The legacy of his baseball career, that happenstance that more or less derailed and caused effectively set up his like really arguably miserable existence, but ignorance is bliss kind of thing. And Kiryu cycles back, everything's coming back to him. And then Saejima, again, everything's coming back to him and he's making amends, right? And then Akiyama is the curveball here, but Akiyama is paired with Haruka, and Haruka is the product of legacy and things that are out of her control. But she does best with it. And then Shinada just it's like it just keeps up the ante. Like Kiryu has some semblance of control in a way. Saejima, you know, a little bit less because he's making amends. Like it's a path of redemption for almost all these, but then you get to like Haruka, like out of her control, sort of, and then Shinada's like way out of the control. I think if I'm correct, someone purposely ruined Shinada's baseball career. Yeah, I feel like that's a very strong possibility. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think it's a product to me all these like fun discussions about Yakuza 5, actually 3, 4 and 5 is due not just because of the writing composition and what the product is written now, is due to the times, the limitations and the scope of the production. And because there's a shortage in development time in writing, in my opinion, it's probably the case. It leaves a lot of holes, per se, that was left because it didn't make the cut, and that produces lots of fun discussions. So, in fact, to me, Yakuza 4, I would beg to differ and say that Yakuza 4 has one of the best plots because they were so strapped. There were so many things that didn't make the cut that it produced a wild title that offered lots of opportunities for discussion. So I'm looking at it in the scope of when people say what is worse, what is best, is often evaluated based on their personal biases, and it's often an emotional list. So I typically ask, how do you determine what's your worst and what's your best? And often it's more of a inward-looking emotional response. A lot of times it's the initial response, but sometimes there's like a longevity thing, and if you follow it and you can create sentimentalism due to outside resources, like be it trivia or game time, fan fiction. But generally speaking, I think Yakuza 4, in terms of compositional, they are very like it doesn't stand as something that is underwritten or poorly written, or but in terms of all the emotional stuff, yeah, I can definitely see if you're evaluating based on that type of thing, which I don't usually. So I'm talking about this in a very non-attached way. I tend to keep them compartmentalized most of the time. In terms of plots, though, like plot writing, it was probably a cheap low hanging fruit would be probably the original Yakuza 1. That's probably a low hanging fruit, but usually it's due to production constraints, and that's probably a fair pragmatic explainer for why I would choose the original Yakuza 1. Kiwami 1 did as much as it could to elevate the backstory behind Nishiki's spiraling, right? So I was aware of that. I didn't play the original Yakuza 1. I just read all the changes or all the additions or changes. I don't know rubber bullets, the rubber bullet thing, like I don't know the history behind that. Like the actual history behind rubber bullets. There could be some deep cuts in there for that one. Alright, so now we're gonna go over how she died. Which they come to the conclusion that it was not a suicide. I do like these parts of the game when they add these kind of things to it. Showing the characters figuring out the effectively the privilege information that they lack. I imagine I'll get a lot more of this when we start the Judgment series. It's always teased, Just a little bit teased. Follow the dream. Umi. Umi is the key word of all of this. And Shinada carries from here. It's a really poetic transition from Haruka's arc, Haruka and Akiyama's arc, into Shinada's arc about dreams. Here's a really fun poetic thing that comes to mind all the time when I think about Shinada's arc. Shinada's arc, dreams have duplicity. Dreams can be oblivion, or it can be a goal that's realized and grounded in pragmatism, right? But often dreams are lofty. And when you have dreams, you can lose sense of reality. So, in a way, while Haruka is emphasizing with Akiyama and Park-sun, emphasizing the grounded application of having a dream, like the motivations and, the aspirations of great things for yourself and achieving them, Shinada's dream is both, it embraces the duality of, I use the word duplicity, but I'm not sure if that's the word I'm looking for. The duality of dreams. Like if you're a dreamer, you can also be kept in the dark, in ignorance. So in a way, it's quite poetic, depending on how you want to view Shinada's arc. And I don't know if it's coincidentally written that way, but dreams can be deceptive as well. And if there's anyone, usually most people call them nightmares, but it's fair that if you don't know you're living a nightmare, you could still call it a dream, right? Because Shinada was kept so far in the dark that he don't know if he was dreaming, right? So there's a lot of like poetic Shakespeareanness going on about that. He lives such a almost blissful, tragically blissful life for so long,
わかりま
as opposed to like in contrast to Haruka's arc right before him, where it's often paved with certainty, forecasts, some reference. Shinada's just way in the dark. I don't think I need to do any story. Can I get away with not? Let's look at these. Yeah. No, I think I can get away with this. Wait, this is the third time we're doing this. Yeah. Go to the apartment. And this is a game that just keeps on getting. Oh, you know what? I am falling behind now. We gotta. Our gold post for today is the finale. We gotta get a little bit to the before the finale, and then switch gears. Let's see here. Hana-chan? Oh, no. Not Hana-chan. This.
もしもし
Yeah, so they're gonna meet up. Their goal now is to find the forger. Once they, look in the... This is where they go to look in the safe first. I might have already passed that point. I wasn't paying attention to as closely as I should be. Is this the Kamiyama spam? Okay. Huh, it just goes away. That's weird. Oh no! I really shouldn't eat the beet. Oh. Maybe the bees were a good idea. Oh, my camera. The awkward moment when your camera from holding L2 turns it around. What the heck? That didn't trigger. Weird. Are we good? Yeah, we're good. I guess we don't need any beats. Let's just run past this guy. Don't look back. Stay away from me. Alright, cool. Alright. Alright. Oh, Hordier. Hordier gets bopped here a little bit. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, this is Psycho with this toupee. Not yet Hordier. This is Psycho and his toupee. Oh, you know what? I miss Psycho. I wonder how they're gonna pair up with Psycho. Do we have a militant in Yakuza Like a Dragon to pair up with Psycho? Or who's gonna pair up with Sodachi? We know they're rendered in the Dragon engine. So one of the production and published developer fourth wall breaks is when there's a precedence for Dragon engine asset lifting, generally speaking, they make a reappearance. So we do know for a fact, because of Yakuza 6, that Saigo and Sodachi had made the translation to the Dragon engine. So where are they gonna show up, you know? Do I need to follow up? Oh yeah, I do need to follow up to get this tutorial. Hey, can you get up, Saigo? Thank you. Rip. Man, Kiryu's gonna have so many goofballs as Casca needs another goofball to pair up. Oh, there's Kamiyama spam. I was wondering where that Kamiyama spam was. Oh man, dude. Low key. Sumire meeting up with Kamiyama. It's meant to be. Sumire and Kamiyama. Oh, you know what? The girls. True. Since the girls are the supporting mechanical fixture in Casca, Saigo could be one of the trainer. Huh. Who do we have? Rurika? Miyakoshi? And Iroha, right? Can they pair up with any of the mechanical peeps? Oh man, who are they gonna pick for Sosuke? Like, for the Komakis? Oh my gosh, there's just so much. Anyways, we'll cross that bridge. Gotta refocus.
あと
そういえばその
Yeah, this is where we find her note. Her bookkeeping in the safe.
鍵
Throw it back to Majima's pen, presumably. A sentimental gift. Every time I see a safe or a lock, I've been going down a rabbit hole. I like this particular content creator that does lock picking, and every time I see a safe and a lock, I start it puts a smile on my face because I start thinking about his content. He's more of a guy that points out the flaws and the complacency of popular locks. This is Ogita.
おい待て
Ogita and then
秋山さん
Kanai. Now we're okay. We bop Ogita and then Kanai hops in. Really? That takes priority? Really? I just take the non-scaling, you know, non-scaling essences. The one-off. Alright. Can you come here, please? That was an awkward interaction. Hello? I didn't mean to do that. I was just trying to get him to turn. Oh, I can hit him off the ground. Huh. I was trying to get the wall. Wall essence. But you can just repeat this the whole time. Whoop. Just don't repeat it into the command grab. Or he just keeps doing the command grab. Just get him in the wall. Hello? An excessively long kick essence. Bonk. Okay. Alright. Kanai shows up. And now we fight Kanai. Mr. Face. Look at that face, man. I bet the guy's very likable though, you know? Not the fictional character, I mean the voice actor. Oh, right. Camera shift. That's awkward. Oh yeah. What a way to end it. There it is. That's how you nail the cinematic finish. Yes, yes, yes. You're a very tough guy. I get it. Random Osaka detective for plot device. Puts us on the trail for the forger. Explaining to the Osaka detective that foul play is in order. But you can't do anything about it without evidence. This is where Akiyama convinces Haruka's like, yeah, go and you do you right now. I'll hold down the fort. Yeah, Horie is in the hospital recovering. So Yamaura is taking over temporarily. Yeah, freaking Hana-chan. You only get 2 bits with them, but it's always refreshing to have a little bit of situational dramatic irony and situational comedy, you know. Honestly, what happens if I just change now? Oh, no. Okay. I I was curious if you could Oh, it takes her to her apartment then. Interesting. I was low key seeing if I could like bork the Princess League thing. So we're going to the second round of the Princess League. I think. Pretty sure this is. Yes. Tatsuya. You're a nice guy. One day, I would like to visit some of your spots. Or sample some of your products. It's actually gonna happen sooner than rather than later. We gotta plan a trip to Japan soon. Family thing. Okay. Princess League, off we go. Actually, I'm pretty sure I have to talk to Yamaura. I did this the first 2 times too. Yeah. Here's the trigger for it. Whoa. I was really hoping for a third beat map. Like a third map of the songs. I don't like the dance battles. The dance battles have 3 maps. Yep. Nakai also believes that unlikely to be a suicide. But also voiced that Park Sun has ruffled a lot of feathers. You know, she is a very abrasive straight arrow. So you wouldn't be surprised. Okay. And then Yamaura is scolding Haruka for making a deal with Nakai on a wager. I really like this outfit. Or like, I like the color scheme of this outfit, the color gradient. The material, the fabric design is okay, I suppose. I like the color gradient, the palette. Yeah, you know what? Let's have Kamiya Doche Kamiya commentate a little bit. It's a great voice acting for Doche.
アイドルたちが繰り広げる仁義なき戦いは巷で大反響を巻き起こしちゃってます。早くもテンションクライマックス。トップアイドルへの登竜門プリンセスリーグ決勝戦第2ラウンドを迎えました。対戦ルールは前回と同じ。会場の皆様は優れたパフォーマンスをしていると思うアイドルのステージ近くへと自由に移動しちゃってください。ライブ終了時、あなたに近いステージのアイドルを支持したことになるので要注意ですよ。さあ、それでは第1ラウンドからデッドヒートを演じてくれた2組のアイドルをご紹介しましょう。まずはこちらのアイドル。
Alright. We don't want to freaking T set. P peps. Let's go.
愛しさの傷口は羽をなくした鳥のよう。ねえどうしてねあなたはそんなに悲しく笑うの。どこを作ろえばあの子みたいに笑えるの。どこを直したらあの日みたいに抱きしめてくれるの。断ちきれない
guitar riffs in this song though.
愛しさの傷口は羽をなくした鳥のようねえどうしてねあなたはそんなに悲しく笑うの
Awesome change time. Oh no, no costume change. I forgot. This is just the second round. Never mind. She costume changes next round.
フォトフレームの私が切なく滲むいつの日かこの涙があなたを振り向かせるといつの日かこの傷にあなたが気づくと愛しさの傷口は羽をなくした鳥のようねえどうしてねあなたはそんなに悲しく笑うの
Yep. Fun times.
はるかちゃん T セットの2人
Alright, we know. Haruka's the best.
優勝
Actually, they're both the best. Because we all know the overarching theme. They were always meant to be together. Friendship. Love. Saturate the world with love. Defeat all your opponents with love and compassion. And if you can't empathize, intellectually try to find something to connect with, you know? Alright. So basically, Hana-chan worked her magic, found lead on the forger. Oh, right. The sub-story with the magazine. Ooh, those magazine interviews though. Those questions. Ooh. Alright, Akiyama, let's go. Now we go to the bar. Oh no, not yet.
ああ、
You are the manager.
さっきパクさん。
ええ、
でもさ、
どういう
彼女。
Yamaura, you will. Yeah, this is where they talk about how Park-san has basically laid out all the foundations. Nowhere in her mind that she would doubt that Haruka would not make it to the big time. That's how committal she was. That's a parent's love and a parent's promise. It was so poetic. It kind of also locked them into these course of action. A lot of the following courses of action. Kamurocho Forger comes into contact, turns out to be the little like fan adult guy who like the old guy who honestly I can really empathize with. I feel like at an older age I'll probably still be admiring young people. I know he it could be it can be interpreted in a different way. But for me, just seeing young people doing the thing, doing what they love, and being able to sustainably do it is brings a tear to my heart. And that's why this chapter is so wonderful. It's a great break because you can see, you get a chance to see like Kiryu's legacy realized, as well as like Park Sun and maybe even Majima, and then Akiyama, right? And in a way, if they really wanted to go deep, Shinada technically has an exposure too. Even Baba, like so many people actually kind of indirectly came into contact in ways that affected Haruka's life without her really knowing. Man, that trivia about Nick, Akiyama's VA, that helps explain so many things. I wonder what Akiyama's VA was doing at the time.
Huh?
Yep, this is where we go to the bar. And he like jumps us in the parking lot to the southwest. A classic getting jumped parking lot. And then he gets introduced to Tatsuya. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, chuckle, chuckle. We run around, pass some time. Maybe get into some fisticuffs. Oh, nope, there it is. Okay. And then we just meet him in the parking lot. Right here. The parking lot that gets most of our characters jumped all the time. Hi. He has a cursed goatee. Goatees are pretty cursed. Except for Akiyama's. Like, faded goatee. Oh, there's actually an eternal cooldown for that, huh? I didn't think I could do that fast enough. I figure it just defaults. Yeah, for real, man. Holy heck. I'll kick you in the face. There you go. Yeah, you get a kick in the face too. There you go. Oh. Okay. I didn't go eat. Yep. Give him up, my friend. There's a quaint little old guy who in my opinion showed a genuine concern for like the nature, the scope of the music, not necessarily the music industry, but more like the production, like the personality production. I know idols tend to be considered in the music industry, but they branch far more than just the music industry. The entertainment industry is probably a more inclusive. And then he kind of shines a light from like a indirect manner of how the changing times and the pressure and the standards that idols have to meet, and the disheartening nature of when you have a fan that is genuinely concerned about the people they watch.
これか。
It's likely it's a deep cut. Goes back to a conversation I had earlier with someone else
はい
about the music industry, but largely the entertainment industry. Yep.
モニターに君の画像があったんで、知り合いだと言ってみたら、
Let's
すごい
review
興
what
味
he
を示
said.
してね。君をここに連れてくれば何でも話すと。
これって
最近の人弁師ってのはこんな仕事もやるらしい。な、人弁師さん。
あなた確か昨日のイベントも
覚えててくれたやな。
え？知り合い？
はい必ず私のイベントにやってきてくれる方なんです
A cynical person would find this scene a little sus, but
それじゃいいですね。
honestly,
約束は守っても
very
らいますよ。
understandable.
ああ、何でも答えたる。
ダイナチアのパク社長、知ってますね。
ああ、この子の事務所の社長さんの名前
I
や。
want to
あなた
read
その社長の
and
衣装を
read what he
偽造し
said
ましたか
about the girls.
ああ、
誰にそれを頼まれたんですか
客の名前はい
Refresh
つ
my
も
memory.
聞かん。それがこの商売の基本や。せやから名前はわからん。
どんな人でした
ちょうどあんたを一回り大きくしたような格闘家みたいな態度しとった。多分筋もん
Who's
や思う
acting
けど
alone
俺が事務所で
behind
やり合ってたかもしれない
Katsuya's
な
back
パクさんが亡くなった夜に
under the orders of Kurosawa.
急に頼まれた。パクさん直筆の手帳から筆跡にせて遺書書いてくれ言うてな。多分その時にはもうパクさんは亡くなってたんや思うわ。
その男に会いたい。どこに行けば会える？
今話したこと以
Off
外わしは何にも知らん。次にいつ来るかなんてわからんしな。
それじゃどうしようもないな。
Ooh,
た
a
だ
little like
その依頼人の
Akiyama's
男
intrigue
いっぺん
talk
街で見
with
かけたことがある。 車の中や
Katsuya.
ったんやが、
It's
その
pretty
依
good
頼人の男が運転して後部座席には別の男が乗っとった。多分その男がボスや。
でもそんな情報だけじゃどうにも。
Knows the boss?
この話はこっからが店や。実はその後部座席に乗ってた男、最近テレビでよう見る顔なんや。
誰ですか
Osaka talent.
勝谷直樹。
Yeah, Katsuya.
今飛ぶ鳥落とす勢い
Osaka
の
talent.
大阪芸能ってタレント事務所の社長や。
大阪芸能
ダイナチアとは商売敵になるわけだな。大阪芸能
As we know, they are rivals, but
そいつが
still
パク社長を殺した
are the
黒幕なの
same
か。
same family.
わしが知ってんのはこれだけや。
十分です。ありがとうございます。
それはそうと、はるかちゃん、プリンセスリーグの決勝ちゃんと出るんやで。実はわしな、若い頃あんたとこの社長さん、パクさんの大フ
So
ァン
many
やっ
people like
た。
Park's son that crossed their
社長
path
の
in a sentimental
こ
way.
ない偽物ばっかし作るような家業をしとるとな。
Oh, you know what this feels like? Park's son feels like Yakuza like a dragon, Nonomiya? Nonomiya? Yeah. A lot of post-mortem, like a posthumous sentimentalism. You get to learn more and more about their legacy that they left behind post-mortem, and fills him in, and it's really early, like it's cut short. But Yakuza 5 has a smaller scope because it's within like only 4 chapters, while Nonomiya was kind of like 4 chapters too, in the beginning, to set the stage. Like new characters tend to become they're kind of plot devices, but then they have characterization. They no longer have any more plot development per se because they die, but they use it as characterization, and that happens quite often in RGG for sure. Because most of Kiryu's motivations tend to be mo- tends to be his legacy. A lot of the characters are no longer alive, and many of the flashbacks, even Yakuza 3, when you bring back like a twin brother, even body doubles count as a character that once was a plot device, but then had characterization posthumous or post mortem, right after they die, kind of thing. So it's a really nifty, but often very characteristic writing tool that RGG relies on.
作り物はすぐに見抜けるようになってまう。作り笑い、作り話、
Yeah.
それに顔そのものを
So
作ら
this
れた
guy's
人
making a
間。
deep cut on the
全部や。
entertainment industry.
世の中、偽物ばっかしや。テレビにしてもほんまのことなんかほとんどあらへん。
But the thing is, it goes really deep. Like he is doing like a subsurface level from the outside. But man, diving deep into the entertainment industry, I think what's not necessarily communicated here, if you don't dive deeper, is that this is coming from a place of compassion, not from a place of predatorial like toxicity. Like, oh, these are fake. Like, don't bother with these fake. It's more like he's concerned with the idea that things are becoming or necessarily required for fake. Because we're talking about a person who's coming from a long aged standpoint, right? Like he's not well, departing from cynicism. He's not possibly emotionally compromised in that manner.
けどな、たまに見かけるんや。ほんまもんの人間があり。
This is the GOAT right here. This is our future, in my opinion. This is the post 2020 adult life. If there's anyone who's 30 to 40 plus who like want to integrate into like interest in what the young people are doing or what their child could end up being exposed to, is this. It's a shame that this person's highlighting every once in a while, but I do earnestly believe that with guidance and like tools and some standardization and just pure compassion from older people who are willing to make a self-sacrifice in not projecting their own perspective on what is meaningful, what is valuable. I mean, it doesn't help that people still do that by saying what's best and worse and all that stuff habitually, because humans are very relative type of creatures, right? Especially emotionally relative type of creatures. But what I really want to see is that this isn't just every once in a while. It's when you go on YouTube or something, you just see folks that have sustainable, genuine balance of opportunism and genuine passion. And that could sustain me for the rest of my life. Like just seeing people really happy, not spiraling, not sacrificing potential, like raising red flags. Like you can see a lot of the business models feeding in and actions and whatnot. It'd be great. It's legitimately electric. At least even for my aging self, I don't even know what I'm gonna be like. Like I'm guessing this guy's like 60. I mean, he's giving the impression he's been around for a really long time. So I'm gonna say 60. That's where they're going for. In another 20 years, I hope I could say this, where like it's electric. You wanna see someone love cooking? go on and they're healthy, they're balancing between their priorities, they're sustainable, they're not overworked, like just genuine young people that don't have untethered access to everything at the moment, because it's the untethered, unstandardized things that are making things out of control. And it's not due to the lack of complacency, it's due to the lack of experience, because this is the first time it's ever happened. Like the stuff that he's talking about is reflective of an older industry transitioning into the current industry, 2013. But that is accelerated. Like in the next 10 years from this guy, from when they wrote this line, the next 10 years goes way off the charts. Like young people, like this guy has just, like RGG through this guy have written a concern about the entertainment industry, but it's nowhere near how colossally spiraling it is a decade later to this day. And I spend so much time seeing that, and hopefully with some compassion and maybe even psychological normalization, which isn't helped by algorithm, untethered algorithm, and self-selected stuff, like the freedom of choosing what you want and choose, like some pushback, like some balance between obligatory knowledge, obligatory, like maybe necessary counterpoints, and friendly normalization of like debates, exchange of ideas, especially contrasting ideas, um, and overall tools and vehicle to seek self-expression in a way that's healthy. That'd be great. But that's all in a work in progress. While the internet's kind of just spiraling into, it's effectively what this guy says, but it's accelerated because now everyone can do it. It's so approachable. Anything can happen. Anyone can pick up a camera and do selective framing of their lives, and anyone can viciously do it in a hurtful way or an opportunistic way. So this statement just hit really hard, and it's only possible because there's a character like Haruka in to take advantage of that, in my opinion, because this type of stuff would not come up contextually in an older generation. They would not contend with a lot of the current trending hyperbolic like concerns at the time. This would seem extreme. Like if you go 10 years back, this would seem kind of an extreme concern. It's like, it won't. There'll be pushback, there'll be like standardization, but it just spiraled. Content creation.
のままに生きて
Anyways,
頑張っとる
just a
姿っちゅ
slight
う
deep
の
cut.
そういう時こんなわしでも心が救われる気するわ
And you know who those
人弁士さん
genuine people are, in my opinion. Like, it's different for everyone, right? But those you resonate with, they have you hooked. The downside, one of the really tough things to hold true is the people that you resonate, it's not always guaranteed that they have a sustainable lifestyle. And I tend to focus on youth, like young people who are aspiring. Like I relate to like Hodie, Yamaura, and Park Sun. You just see glowing stars, but even the experienced people will have very difficult ways to try to protect, but while nurturing their potential. But then you see people at an arm's distance, like you have no impact on them, and just see some red flags everywhere. There are tons of red flags, and I think right now we're in the process of determining if there's who's responsible when these red flags are so blatant, right? And it's due to the accessibility of tools, not necessarily the blame game or moral justice or social justice. It's just there are tools now, and we're learning as we go, as a species, I suppose. That sounded
パク
very
さんとはるか
grandiose
ちゃ
at
ん
the
の笑
end.
顔には心がある。きっと世の中のぎょうさんの人が見たいのは
Indeed.
そういう笑顔や。
It's the kind of smiles that keep
頑張
people
るんや
going.
で、はるかちゃん。あんたにはパクさんの
Seeing young people succeed and thrive is worth it. Personally. I can't speak for anyone else, obviously. I could argue and contend that a minority would say that's what's worth it, as opposed to saying seeing myself successful, seeing myself having all the resources, and then making myself feel better by helping others. That kind of thing. But that's very reasonable, because if you can't help yourself, it's very difficult to help others or be happy for others if you're not happy yourself. It's typically one then the other.
夢を受け継ぐ資格がある。
Typically.
またテレビの向こう側から最高の笑顔見せてや。
はい。
Such a cute character. It's a very instantly endearing character, but he only showed his face once and said a few words.
まだ何とも言えないけど。
I would love to be able to like say those words. Like if I had a line, like just one line in the game, that would totally be my jam. The one liner where it just deep cuts into the future that spins it to combat cynicism.
大阪。
That would be great.
いや。
I
君
mean,
は大阪県。
I already say them like a
そういう
billion times
こっち
over,
に来てか
so
らはる
it wouldn't be
Yoshi.
out of character
あ
for
の
me to just
え
say it
Yeah, no.
anyways.
Oh.
Oh, this is where they go eat crabs. Because she's never eaten crabs. And she's been in
Yoshi.
Osaka for 6 months. That's a hard-working Haruka right there. To even have time to eat crabs. Hey. Have a good time. Uh...
もしもし。
明日なあ
Oh, yeah.
言うと
Wait. Oh, final round. Final round. Oh, I gotta go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Okie dokie. All right. I don't think we're gonna get as far as. Man, I vastly underestimated how often I was gonna digress a little bit. Yes. We're not doing that interview, okay? Although that's a good sub story. It was a really comical one. The competition between Watami and Watamichi. That was it was very cute because they had a more or less an in-house rivalry. Not that dissimilar from Pepsi versus Coke kind of thing, but in a personified way, because they had like the bosses there. Dude, man, this poster right here, or I guess ad, spray painted, man, that wet face. Okay, all right, we're back in. Get ready for the Princess League. They're around. All right, time to go see Atsuya. I'll probably have a lot less to sort of say about Shinada. No, I have quite a lot to say about Shinada too. Like Saejima is tried true, you know, like the old legacy, and so is Kiryu, a lot of the old legacy stuff. But Haruka is brand spanking new. So there's a lot to be unpacked, and so is Shinada, right? Because he's spinning something that's not present yet in the series so far. Like if you were to play this in chronological order. Oh, this scene is great. I love like business / political intrigue, just sitting down, testing experience in communication. Very dry stuff, but I do love my intrigue talk. Sizing people up, playing the mind games, mind chest.
うちとダイナチェアさんとは確かに交流がありますが、どういったお話でしょう。
勝也さんは以前俳優をされていたんですね。これはまあ
Slight irony here, slight dramatic irony here. Everything about Dynachair involves Katsuya. He's bluffing. But this is a game of bluff. But we know outside, as a person who played this game, everything about Dynachair concerns Katsuya. Big bluff.
インターネットで得た情報の受け売りですけど。
ええ、一時期アメリカに行ってましたね。アクション俳優をしていたんですが、怪我をしまして。
Basically, who bluffs better?
足を洗って今は裏方を。
Play your chips.
きっと相当な演技派だったんでしょうね。
That's a big jab.
芸能関係者独特のいやらしさなんてみじんも感じられない。むしろどこから見ても誠実そうなやり手青年実業家です。いや本物以上にそう見えますよ。
さっきも言ったように私はアクション俳優でしたから。残念ながら演技派じゃない。
I feel like that's a misnomer. A lot of action people would probably say it's a different type of acting, but the specific type of acting he's downplaying, not quite there. I would probably disagree, even 2013 standards.
より単刀直入に本題を言っていただけませんか。
先日のパク・ミレイが自殺したという件、俺は他殺じゃないかと思っています。
他殺？失礼ですが、あなたは彼女とどういったご関係で？
彼女にそれなりの額の融資をしてました。
そうでしたか。債権者のお一人だと。まあ確かにパク社長の自殺は彼女の人となりを知る者には信じがたいことです。私も未だに自殺したということが信じられません。
彼女が他殺だという証拠があります。彼女の衣装は偽造されたものでした。
偽造？
そして偽造屋にその衣装を描かせた謎の依頼人はどうやらあなたとつながっている人物のようです。
Plays one chip.
それでここまで押しかけてこられた。
あんたが彼女を殺させたのか？
なぜ私が？
あんたの事務所とダイナチアには浅からぬ因縁がある。現に今も
They are
プリンセスリング
rather
で
the
したっけ？
best of friends.
確かあれでお互いの秘蔵っ子同士が争ってるはずだ。
だから私が殺したと？少し冗談はお控え願いたい。
パクさんの衣装を偽造したということについては？
さあ、わかりませんね。ただ私もこういう仕事ですから、いろいろな人間と関わることがあります。もしかしたらその中に
That's another
パクさんの死
dramatic
に関わ
irony
ってい
because he
る人
works
間
for
が
the
いたの
Omi
かもし
too.
れない。ただ私には全く関係ないことだ。
This conversation is so deep. Like there's so many layers. There's double meanings in everything when you play this game again. Or played any other game up to this point. Like all the games up to this point. There's so many double and triple meanings.
どうぞ。これでお引き取りを。
どういうことですか？
Of course, that's a double meaning
口止
too.
め料？買収？
名目はどう取っていただいても結構です。
認めるということですか？
そうではありません。だが身に覚えのない噂だとしても、人一人の死に関わっているなどと騒がれては商売に支障がありますからね。大阪芸能という組織のトップとしてその噂の火種、買い取れるものなら買い取りたい、そういうことです。
どうも誤解されているようですね。俺はそんなもんのためにここに来たわけじゃない。
Indeed. Yakuza 4.
勝也さん、なんて本当に演技が上手だね。
もしそうなら今でも役者を続けていますよ。
こちらも材料が少なすぎたようだ。あんたを見くびってた俺のミスです。今日はおとなしく引き上げた方が良さそうだ。
And of course, this is a throwback too. Or not a throwback, but this is a foreshadow to the next time they meet, which is pretty right too. Akiyama really brings in that element that is only present in Yakuza 4 and 5 because of different characterization. The silver tongue stuff, the bluffs, the double gaming, like it's this is my jam. This is the stuff that really gets the juices flowing. Because it's hard to appreciate lining up this type of dialogue without incredible investment in building all the events around the dialogue. You can't just have clever people throwing things without any context for the player. And in many games, that ultimately ends up being, I would say, simplified. I'm not going to use the phrase dumbed down. That's kind of what people tend to default to. It's simplified because it has to be straight and narrow. It has to be in your face and one-to-one, since you don't have any development for it. So um when conversation in a room where people just talk and it becomes incredibly multi-layered, it plays to the strength, and it's a great indicator of how strong the plot, like how strong the writing is, and how the world is built around it, not just the characters. Because the stuff they're talking about, the situations they're talking about, is based on the world they're building, the situations that are happening, not necessarily just the characters. And then they throw in that other layer. So you have 3 layers of intrigue often. The characterization, their current circumstance, and what knowledge they have. And you can play on all 3 of that all at once. And the way dialogue is layered can be rich like that. And it's what I stereotypically, but it's what I come to love about Japanese writing quite a lot. There's a lot of these like sitting and talking things, and they're incredibly intricate. And to me, they're very rare, but it's rare in the sense that it was very common for me because I sit around a lot of times with people that think like that. But often this type of stuff is not very attractive or interesting to the vast majority of people. And I find it very reasonable that it's not, because generally speaking, they don't spend their lives having that type of conversation in the first place. So for myself, just to like weave in some life experience, being quote unquote highly educated, or far more educated than the average person, right? And I'm talking about just formal schooling, not that education leads to how smart or proficient you are. Just I've been in education in a while. And a lot of times when you sit around and talk about complex problems and ulterior motives and problem solving, troubleshooting, they often lead to like incredibly nuanced and detailed and complex topics. And you do that all the time. When you go to work 8 hours a day, you're constantly being prepped for that. So it becomes normalized and it feels very comforting, even rewarding so. But then you get to like here into the video game industry, right? Or the music industry or entertainment industry, and it's stripped down. It's become simplified so that it appropriately is approachable to audiences. And RGG here in Yakuza 5, it's like peak as far as they go. They push the boundaries as far possible as possible here. And then every subsequent game after pushed it back. Like it slowly pushed it back so that it becomes more approachable. So things are more one-to-one. There's only like a few layers of intrigue here, although 6 pretty darn good. 0 was really far back. So we already talked about this before, where this was peak. Then 0 was back to form. Like they just shoved it back to the modern standard. So really far back. And then now Yakuza 6 is embracing a little bit. And then they're still trying to find like the medium in which it's not super overly dry and complex, but also approachable and friendly, more emotionally driven. So things like it's funny because Yakuza 4's Rubber Bullet is a great example, or Yakuza 3's like Black Monday conspiracy with weapon trades, with the United States being surveilled by CIA. That like those things do not become off-putting to individuals who approach storytelling emotionally. Because a lot of times, if you ask someone what makes a story great, often they list many emotional things that motivates them to want to enjoy the story. But there's another component to story writing that doesn't necessarily evoke or guarantee enjoyment, and that's complexity. Complexity tends to take away enjoyment because empathy and sympathy can be masked by an over complex storyline, and it can it can get away from the writers too. Like when you start weaving too much, right? Then it leaves plot holes. But here's my 2 cents on plot holes. If a story is not complex enough for people to care about plot holes, then you're largely participating in an emotional piece that is overly simplified for general consumption. So it's great. It's simplified appropriately. So generally, those stories tend to not have plot holes. It's rare that lazy writing contributes to plot holes. Often, lazy writing contributes to simplification, and simplification wraps up any of the holes. But in complex stories, it's really difficult. The more factors you add in, it grows exponentially on where you could possibly have left a plot hole and whatnot. So, Yakuza 4 and Yakuza 5 appropriately has the most criticisms, and I would say emotional criticisms, of plot holes, while not necessarily understanding why the production and the scope of the story contributes to the plot holes. And those plot holes become a place of discussion. And that discussion breeds intrigue and breeds fan fiction. So in my opinion, when people start like negotiating and nerding out about what's the worst story plots, it tends to be the most enjoyable and interesting of them because it leaves a lot to the imagination because of its complexity, its overambitiousness. So, in my opinion, it's kind of humorous that whenever I see people complaining about plot holes, it's the thing they talk about most all the time. So, like, the worst things, whenever it comes to like story composition and writing, it's often the one that elicits the most emotional dissonance that ends up being the center focus of conversation, as opposed to the best ones. The best ones tend to be like resonance. It's like, oh yeah, the story was great. Remember that time? It's like, oh yeah, I remember that. Oh, you think this is interesting? I did too. Like, that's it. You're just constantly agreeing. There's no. It's really nice. It's a really nice camaraderie and like emotional resonance. Like, yeah, I love this and you love this, but it's not intriguingly or intellectually interesting. That's kind of it's antagonistic to each other. It's often not synergistic. Like one that is complex tends to have more routes of constructive criticism, but unfortunately, the predominant occurrence in a more approachable setting like a game, it tends to be just emotional stuff. And the one thing someone like myself do most of the time is I agree with them. Like I try to express that I understand where you're coming from. I mean, I can't empathize with it because it's the most interesting thing. In fact, most of the time, I enter conversations in a context in which I engage in exploring and discussing the worst experience that people have, because my general concern is the well-being and the perspective and the growth potential of a person. So if you ever have a conversation, when you start saying you dislike something incredibly, let's discuss about it. Because generally speaking, the thing you dislike most will plague your mind far more. You'll think about it way more often. And being able to normalize that makes you the GOAT at solving problems. Like Kiryu and Akiyama. They've all these guys, all these characters are often thrown the worst of situations. Not the best. Just great writing, in my opinion. Just not enough money and not enough time and not enough people with the same visions, right? Because like to write such a big story, you don't just have one writer too. It'll take one writer forever. So you have to get like-minded people to also participate in the complexity without derailing the complexity to the point where it's incomprehensible. And Yakuza 4 and 5, especially 5, represents that. And then Yakuza 0 just basically dialed it back to nothing. So then it just, again, sorry Disney, but it plays out like a Star Wars film. Easy to follow, it's completely character driven, next to zero plot development. Just character driven novella. Like, you don't necessarily need to comprehend what they're doing or what they're going to do or they think about. All the characters are emotionally compromised, so they do whatever they want. You can just emotionally feel their pain. You're resonating with their desperation. Logic goes out the window. There's no need for complexity or worry about plot holes because it's an emotional train ride. They're antagonistic to each other. These types of writing mechanics and composition tends to be very opposing. And for me, scenes like this, ooh, so good. Sorry, slight digression, but it's totally relevant. In a very conniving way, but I'm gonna say this with just humor. This is really how adults do things, if you know what I mean. Like, if you're youthful and passionate, like mentally, I'm not saying like you have to literally be old. This is the mature, aged stuff where it's hard to read and what's going on. And does he really mean this? Or does he mean this? You can find so many meaning in it. But when you're looking at a character-driven thing, it's like Akiyama just wants to pin this on him. So the conversation could have went so different. But instead, this is more of a plot development than a emotional train wreck. Which, if you're really into that, Yakuza 0 is great. And honestly, Yakuza Like a Dragon is very similar to that too, because they're dialing it back from Yakuza 6. They're trying to find their bearings, but this is peak unique RGG back then. They were willing to take risks on incredibly complex, almost obtuse, to the point where it draws criticism for being wild and all over the place. It's what makes organized crime, it's reflective of what cop drama and organized crime appealing to niche viewers, the people who are still loyal, like really, really love cop dramas, true crime stories, and like organized crime, that kind of thing, or like political stuff. That's it. And when people say things don't make sense, oh, I didn't see that coming, or they didn't wrap this stuff up, I don't know if you've ever like sit in a room and talk about politics or religion or business or creative liberties and stuff. They're filled with non-closure. Like, things do not close up. There are plot holes everywhere. I don't know if you've ever heard someone tell their life story, but they're filled with plot holes because things just happen. It's happenstance. It's limited in perspective. The reason why these two people, very smart people, are gauging each other is because they have different information. They know different things. And earnestly, they're both telling the truth. In fact, they were less bluffing than they are telling the truth, and they played each other because of that. So if you're into the things making sense or not getting blindsided by twist and stuff, you're behaving in a way that you're still reading linear novella, as in things that they all have to make sense. That's what character-driven drama is. It has to make sense. It's all conveniently lined up so that things work out or they don't work out. In a novella in a game or in a story that involves happenstance and real world stuff, like trying to ground your characters, things don't wrap up. They don't typically add up because your characters only know so much. All the characters, when they interact, their interest, how they're interacting is interesting because they don't know all the information and they won't ever know all the information. you as the player can sort of synthesize some of it, but the true feel is even the player doesn't know all of it. Like, this is not an omniscient narrated game. So there is an opportunity. If you go to like point and click adventure games, some games include an omniscient narrator. This is not one of those games. It's not one of those series. So there will be plot holes. There will be twists that you can't possibly expect because you're playing from the perspective of the characters. You should expect that you would be surprised or suddenly just what the heck happened, and because it's the perspective of the characters. Now, there are like places where production costs probably made it challenging. Like, where's Majima, for example? You could get the perspective of Majima, but Majima is not one of the core characters here, right? So it doesn't make the cut, kind of thing. Just my 2 cents about understanding intent of writing composition and story composition versus what your expectations are. Just, I can digress all day about that kind of thing because it's really cool to hear people's counterpoints or what they see is a reflection of quality composition. And I'm always, obviously I'm biased because I'm always willing to try to find meaning where there might not be any meaning. Like, if I go into an interview with RDG and they're like, no, we just winged it. It's like, all right, I have to accept that. But I'm one that tries to bring new meaning all the time to something, not write it off as some, I'm not vibing with this. I personally would love to vibe and be intellectual about it. But when you have someone, if someone says like they really like this stuff, it's like, that's good. On what level do you like this stuff? Or, I play this stuff a lot. On what level do you play this stuff a lot? Because I don't literally play this game very often. I just spend all the hours chatting about deep cuts, about art, creativity, music, etc. Doing deep dives, not deep mechanical playthroughs. Like, I'm not going to like 100% because I want to or demonstrate that I can, kind of thing.
あんたが手強すぎる人間だってことが分かっただけで収穫でしたよ。それじゃ。
So good. Their second conversation is much more elongated. It's in the finale when they talk about like what actions to take to save Haruka or not save Haruka.
もしもし。
It's hard because it's an intrigue battle. Akiyama has always been the character to facilitate intrigue battle. There are no other characters that had an intrigue battle personality in the series. Yeah, outside of Akiyama. Hanamura was more of a detective, but not. I'm lightly thinking that, you know, Yagami in the Judgment series will probably have more of this type of thing. So I'll probably spend a lot of time playing Judgment, probably. We'll see though. All right. So let's get to the last practice. Last song. Outside of the finale song. I thought this was gonna be the finale song, but they actually pulled out another song for the finale. It's an okay song. I didn't quite feel the chord progression in the chorus, and then the bridge was alright. I kind of like the bridge quite a bit in the song. Like the finale song, the one at the very end, while Kiryu is fighting Aizawa. Wondering?
What?
うまくいったよね。
と
We're behind. Alright, so we'll clear this chapter.
ない
Save at the beginning of Shinada's chapter. I want this, like, a part of me constantly say I want this game to be longer, but it is so long. Not like a broken record at this point, but yeah.
はるかはるか普通
The scope of this game is so big. Alright, final round time. Hey.
いいダンス楽しい
はいよっしゃはるか中井さんと約束したんだってね
Oh, yeah, this is where they talk about Nakai's deal. Not gonna happen though, you know.
はるかおせ
Final outfit.
そ
That gold trim.
なあこの
Alright.
あんたは逆
Yamada. Talking about win and lose.
はいわかはい
Adulting. Alright. I was thinking maybe. No, let's keep going. Dang, you start at an advantage. Holy heck. I forgot about that. Because of the first two rounds.
ずっと一緒だと指切りしたあの日思い返してる青く澄んだ空ぽつり浮かぶ雲が見慣れた君の笑顔に見
Oops, I hit X instead of B again. That happens from time to time.
君に伝えるために夢をきっと叶えてみせるからずっと見守っててほしいもう泣かないよ君がいるなら
The pink flowers, though, on stage. Oh, that's right. I don't have climax heat on me. Yeah, that's fine. I forgot, you have to build climax heat too. Missed opportunity. That's fine though. We've seen it 2 times before. Yeah, I forgot. Just because all the other runs, you restock your climax heat. Victory!
じゃあ結果発表の前に両アイドルにコメントを
And then now we go to Akiyama storming the place, and then ultimately which leads into Katsuya meeting with Haruka, or trying to meet with Haruka, but Kanai interrupts at the train station. Not before Kanai kidnaps her though, or abducts her. Finale exchanging words with T-Set. Yep. Okay. I don't remember why I placed Akiyama over there as opposed to over here. Oh, I guess. Maybe Osaka talent was to the west?
どちらさん
yes.
ですかね?
Kuro.
先ほどお電話差し上げたものです。お待ちしてましたよ。
Serisawa. Serisawa. Mr.
もう一度
Incognito.
そう
And he's the one that feeds Akiyama the line about Katsuya. All part of his plan. He planted the seeds with Kanai, and then planted the seeds with Katsuya. Oh yeah, that's right. Akamada.
はあ、
実はさ、かない。おお、答え。これなる。
な。
Here we are again. Take 2. Off-site. Tells us about the off-site place, which is basically a trap, really. I spun around. So grab some grub first, though. Sotenbori has a lot of like super meals, like lots of sets and super meals, but there is one place right here that might be okay. If we can sneak in. Yeah, no confrontation. Oh, is it all spirit? Oh no. Only one strength? Fair enough. Okonomiyaki. Delish. Okay. Wow. You put a guy right in front of the taxi. Alright, alright. Okay. Yep. Classic. Classic target priority. Oh. That teaches you to get in front of my taxi. Okay. I do want to hear Akiyama complain about him smoking. it comes a little bit later, right? And it's in the sub when they go to the train station. When he's running down the stair, running up the stairs. I wonder if he does quit smoking though. Like a Dragon 8, Infinite Wealth. Akiyama quits smoking. I mean, it might be tough because, you know, given the... Are you guys out? Oh, okay. My quick step input was lost completely in that. Why can't I triple attack? Is that just non-existent? Thanks for triggering that time. Oh, might be a... There we go. Whoops. It's fine. Instill the terror. Whoop. Goodbye. Music. Hi guys. Goodbye guys. Hi guys. That was awkward. Didn't connect. I think, okay. Oh no. The guy's all the way, yeah. Okay. Still one more guy back here. Okay. What? Are you serious? There's one more guy back here? Hello? Alright. Now we're clear. I want to walk in that door or something. Ooh. Yeah, Okita. Okita. Poor guy. Collateral. This is one of the few moments where you see a character brutalized. Like as while talking and whatnot. Like he's missing an arm. It's not very common.
なんやもともとはやめとけかなだ通させ
We just kick our way in. Literally. Oops. That targeting though. There's the oh. Okay. Alright. Make our way in. Oh, I keep trying to counter throw. Somehow the heat action just completely disappeared for a cool several seconds. Oh, he has a one hit. A one hit counter. I kick. That's a weird interaction. What's up with these people and not... Huh. Okay. Did that guy just take himself out? That was weird.
Yeah. Until. Shit.
He reveals that he went after Haruka. Or Okita. Alright. Hi guys. That was a guess. Unfortunate for that guy. Aww. Oh. Hi. Eh. It's too late to apologize. I mean, she was napped, and then she was returned by Katsuya.
Oh.
Good scene.
ご苦労さん。んで、手紙は見つかったんかいな。
それがこのガキ一言も口を聞こうとしないんで。
だったらさっさと口割らせんかい。遊んどる暇ないんじゃ。おとなしゅうはけや。持っとるんやろ。ダサな社長の二の舞やぞ。邪魔すんなや。
Sucker punch.
悪いな。俺もお前を相手に手加減できるほどの余裕はないんだ。
会長。
Park-san's legacy. We all know why he did what he did now. Katsuya has always been looking out for Haruka and Park-san indirectly. It's all part of the plan. The big scheme. Not scheme, but the big picture. Wait. Place me over here. Can I get down there without encountering anything? Mayhaps? Park-san, Majima, and Katya has been in it together. Such a weird thing. The three of them. He strolls in. He strolls in.
いえ
はるかちゃんが
そんなもんのために
Yeah, all this on first playthrough might seem like there are so many twists, like obtuse and all that, but then it's just revealed later. The layers. Peel it back.
お前勝也
All the layers.
はるか
You know, some part of me, they brought Watase back for Yakuza Like a Dragon, but man, what happened to my boy, Katsuya, you know?
はるか
I mean, he took a bullet, but he survived. And he chilled with Daigo even.
どういうつもりだ
この度は御社の大事なお
It
嬢
could
さん
be
を
a VA issue.
大変
Who knows?
申し訳ござい
But
ま
it
せ
would
んでし
be
た。
lovely to see Katsuya back.
私はね、秋山さん。
I mean, Watase is back,
大
right?
阪芸能の社長であると同時に、もう一つ裏の顔を持っています。
Watase, Watase is like the
近
straight
江連合
arrow.
直参
Lines
大
up with
阪
like
工業
Kiryu
会
and
長
stuff.
という顔を。
But no Akiyama or
各社
Katsuya.
長と堀江さんを手にかけた金井という男は私の部下です。お詫びのしようもない。
ふざけるな。
信じていただけないかもしれませんが、私も。
Yeah. Then he reveals that Kanai is acting on his own accord. And then Haruka contacts Katsuya for the exchange for the letter. Because she was left a note. And as per usual, she acts on her own. But it would have worked out though, generally speaking, but Kanai superseded Katsuya again.
気分はどうだいはるかちゃん
Yeah. Okay.
あ
She's gone.
はる目が覚めたどうした
さっき本当に他に
And you rush to the train station. One of the few times that there was a train station involved. Like, it's a unique scene that they made. The train station. West or east to avoid conflict? Let's go east. Nope. I chose wrong. Let's go west. Ah, we're flanked. Okay. We'll just have to bot some heads. Maybe we can get by. Oh, nice. Those guys look like they're up to no good too. Alright, we good. Eating good in the neighborhood. Let's go. In the last confrontation with Kanai again. Or not last confrontation, second to last confrontation. That's a pretty good scene. It's a unique scene. I don't think there was another scene that ever featured the train station. There was an implied train station in Yakuza 3.
おうまた会うたな
Alright,
この列車は大阪工業の
The
貸し切り
clicking
や。
shoes.
あんたも乗るんか？
勝谷社長は？
おらへんで。さあ、手紙を渡してもらおうが。
嫌です。私が約束したのは勝谷社長です。でも一人で来るって言ったのに約束を。
And even then, right? Even then, Majima just because I feel like here's where he's put on the tinfoil hat, right? Majima still plays into them. Like even if they didn't get the letter, Majima still just plays into Kurosawa and give himself up, like his location in Tokyo, right? So this is kind of a MacGuffin, so to speak. Like the letter, like them wanting the letter is kind of a MacGuffin.
破った。もう手紙は渡しません。
ごちゃごちゃ言うなや。そもそも会長のやり方は甘い。わしらその手紙一つのために散々振り回されとんだや。この後に及んでも偽物つかまされた日には無駄惚れもええとこや。わかった。渡さんのやったらお前ごとさらうまでや。さっさと乗りや。
そんな。
ええやないか。どうせこないな状況じゃデビューコンサートなんかできへんのや。わしらに東京観光の案内でもしてくれや。手紙もろた後でな。なんやその顔は。まさかまだコンサート諦めてなかったんか。ガキのくせにどこまで強欲やね。の手紙はそんながやな。
返して。
これやな。間違いなさそうや。
返して。
よし、ほな行くで。
ちょっと待った。
秋山さん。
ああ、もう走るとしんどいね。もうタバコやめるか。
またお前か。一体。
Akiyama is so ungraceful. I love untimely entries being ungrateful. Ungraceful entries. It really humanizes the characters. Can I do a wall thing against the train? Oh my goodness, that camera angle. Yes, amazing. It got me. You got me, game. Alright. Oh, right. 3 hits. That awkward heat bait on guard break. Lost the input there. Oh yeah. He does call out more dudes, doesn't he? Can I just take him out here? And ignore the dudes? That's so awkward. The R1 definitely just freaking targeted the wrong person. With the camera change. I guess that takes him out, right? Yeah. Auto takeout. There's some exchange, trade. Into that? Oh, that's interesting. That's really early. Holy heck. Does that actually take him out? Wow. What the heck, man? Okay. Off to Kamurocho we go.
Yume. それに
The letter MacGuffin, man. They never get the letter. What's the matter? It does bring it did motivate them to go to Kamurocho, and then Katsuya follows. But I think it was planned. And then he punishes Kanai, even though Kanai is probably aware of what would happen. Majima's voice.
日本ドームでのコンサート終了後、お会いできること楽しみにしております。当日は一人で参上するので遠慮は無用に願います。
At this point, you don't know it's Majima, like formally, pretty sure, but you can recognize it's his voice.
Majima Goro.
And then, you know, then the name drops, right? The first time I heard it, I was like, Majima? And then ends with the Goro Majima. I don't think Kiryu ever... I wonder if Kiryu ever talks about Majima in front of Haruka. I don't think there was a time that happened. And then Shinada. So this is where we're gonna stop for today for Yakuza 5. This is the Shinada chapter. I was thinking getting to the finale today, but there's so much to talk about. Comes to Haruka's chapter. Probably be the same for Shinada. But we're gonna change gears now. That's wrap for the victory lap for Yakuza 5. I'm gonna change gears and play Yakuza Like a Dragon. Alright.